Hello there, folks, and welcome to session 17 of Welcome to the Academy. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we have got my amazing cast, our lovely students back from a break. We have got Charlie 182.0, we've got Gina Donahue, we've got Changeling Rogue, and we've got Just Dan. Now, do I have anything that we're gonna do on this? Do I? I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any housekeeping. That's a rare one. I don't have any housekeeping. So I'm going to pass over to my players and allow them to plug. Not plug. No, that's for the ending. My brain is... ADHD is doing a thing today. Guys, what happened last session?
Going back to me.
Trauma. To Elswyn.
So much drama.
And
trauma.
specifically.
Child trauma.
Drama duo.
Drama, sad.
Yeah.
Drama, mentally disturbed, llama.
Just the talking points. Vrista met a mysterious alumni called Kadar, who was almost certainly a void magic wielder. Speaking of void magic, Eldwin met his, dare I say mommy? His patroness. His, the person who gives him magic from the void. We know the mother.
Mother has arrived.
Achillia went on to... Achillia boarded Randuin's ship.
Yeah, that did happen.
Then there was exam day, where we had to... but first, there was a ton of drama in the canteen, where Felicity got very publicly rejected, and then Lucian very publicly asked out his date in front of everyone. And then Pyro got very publicly rejected by Achillia pretending to be Rista.
That was
needed
actually
some help there.
That part was. I felt bad for him, and I don't know why, because he was an NPC, and I don't like him. But I was like, oh, dude, man. You know, it's like watching a TV show and something cringy happens. You're like, oh, stop. You can't change it. And it's like, I was like, oh no, dude, step back. Why am I telling him? I made him do this. What? Oh. That was horrific.
Yeah, and then Achillia gave just the most immaculate roast the most devastating roast I've ever seen. And then we got to go pet some unicorns. We got graded on it. We had to find a baby unicorn. Some of us passed, some of us didn't.
The unicorns enough affection. Fail. You did not say aw enough. How dare you?
You didn't give them enough love. And then, something I also wrote down because I thought it was hilarious. Malekith absolutely trolled the entire school by thinking that the ball was going to be a masquerade.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
And then, lastly, which arguably the most important thing, Eldwin saw Achillia sneaking off to the mausoleum.
No, he saw her go into the mausoleum.
Saw her enter through the mirror,
if I recall correctly.
Fully saw her go through the mirror.
Before Eldwin also got... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's where we left off.
I was also going to say, along with getting visions of patron mommy, didn't he also get, flashes of some kind of horrific event that happened in the Blood and Bone Society?
Yes he did.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what I saw? Oh,
well, you
nice.
talk about it. You saw it.
I don't know what I saw yet.
Well, you'll find out, I guess.
Because I was so enwrapped in the scene that I didn't take any notes about it.
You're doing great.
So that's what happened last time at the academy.
Yep. It is.
Oh yeah,
and less importantly, Achillia got Ugg boots that have bells that do human screams.
Oh my god.
Definitely gonna be a showstopper. Are you wearing those to the ball?
Yes.
Oh my god, I remember those NPCs now. Oh, that's like a fever dream.
A little bit, yeah.
Less important.
I made halfling cobbler. I made gnome cobblers. There were gnomes. I made gnome cobblers that made bells that could make different noises, and one of the noises I thought was appropriate was a human
They had
scream.
options. They had options.
What's wrong with me?
I really like the
It's
ones
like-
that say fuck every step.
Those ones are my favorites,
I
personally.
wasn't there for that session, and Ren messaged in the Discord to
Oh, that
me.
was last. That was.
To me, just so Rista knows, Achillia has shoes that with bells that scream, and I'm like, how did that possibly come about?
It's because Achille went shopping unsupervised. That's how it came about.
I should have. Honestly, Rista shouldn't have gone with you. She would have staunched all your creativity.
So, where we're going to start today. Sorry, go ahead.
I said Rista's also throwing a party before the ball.
Oh yeah, you're from the yeah. We're going to go to Constantine, as our lovely Dan was not here to do his exam. So we're going to go to Constantine doing the exam on the Magizoology exam, which is going to be based on the study and the treatment and care for unicorns. So, you're wanting to do the exam and then the thing that you'd wanted
Yes.
to set up, yeah? Okay,
Yes,
cool.
that is correct.
So, first things first, the question to you, as it was set up by the party, there's a space for you with the study group if you want to take it. If you study with other people, you get advantage on the roll you make for your studying phase. However, if you don't want to do that, you can make your own decision as to what you're doing for studying. It is up to you.
I'll just, for the sake of simplicity, I'll just study with everyone else.
Okay.
Constantine definitely is very absorbed in the extracurricular magic he's studying on the side. But if someone were to say, like, hey, we're all going to study, he would be like, okay, I can't completely blow this off, I'll come with.
Okay, fantastic. Then in that case, you get to make any ability check that you decide, as long as it makes sense to the way in which you are studying. So, for instance, as I said to them before, you could do an intelligence history check, and that's for you remembering and recalling what you've read from books. Or you could be doing a perception check to be reading over books. You could do a performance check to do what's the word for things that trigger your memory? Mnemonics.
Mnemonic devices.
So yeah, it's whatever you think gives you a best chance.
Sure, I'll keep it simple and just do history.
Okay, so you're going to get advantage on that because you're studying with everybody.
Fantastic. Alright. I don't know if this is going to quite meet the requirement. It's only a 28.
Only a 28?
Only
Do you know, you just scrape by on that.
Just barely. Thank God I had advantage, 19 wouldn't have been nearly enough.
And what that does is, so as you've done that, as you've succeeded on that, you gain a reroll that you can use during the testing phase. Okay?
Fantastic.
So, now we go into the testing phase. So, you do both these rolls one at a time. You have to choose to use the reroll before you know the result.
Okay.
So you can roll the d20, see what your ability total is, but you have to use the reroll before I tell you if it's successful or failed. Okay?
And then if I do the reroll, I just have to take the second score. It's not advantage.
It's not an advantage, it is a straight reroll.
Sounds good.
So, the first part of the exam is the written part. This is you writing down about the correct method of care, Yep.
I'm so sorry. I did want to check, and I remember Ren asking if guidance was allowed, so I want to check to make sure this is allowed before I do it. But if it is not considered cheating, I would like to cast Enhance Ability before I take the test.
I believe what we said last session is during studying, it's cool. But during the examination, no magical help whatsoever.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, then never mind. My apologies.
Right,
I do
so
think that Ren used guidance on.
I have no idea. I don't remember.
I don't remember that at all. I have noted that we spoke about Bless, and the decision was reached that much like an exam, if you were going to exam, they wouldn't allow you to have a cheat sheet. So I said that magic. I don't
The magic
think
was off limits.
Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah.
rolled a stealth check. Or a sleight of
don't.
hand. I thought,
I
like,
don't remember.
I thought
I
thought
think you
were
were
told.
considering cheating, and that's what
Well,
the
I
talk,
was.
that
You were
about.
considering
Yeah.
cheating.
I was
That's what I've
absolutely
got.
considering-
But then again, in all
I
fairness,
love cheating.
he's considering cheating
didn't.
for every single exam. So
Why would I cheat on every exam? I could do this one. It's unicorns.
Why would an elf know about unicorns?
Well,
I'm gonna go with the
reasons.
mindset that no. Bless,
Don't worry.
guidance, hands about nothing like that.
I won't be using it.
So the first part is going to be your survival check, and that is going to be a written paper that is going to be the correct method of care, handling, how to approach, notes on their behaviour, how herds operate and such. This is the written portion where you basically are told to write down everything that you can from your studies on unicorns over the course of the semester, so to speak. So.
Okay.
Survival check.
And I'm sorry, remind me, I have one reroll for each of the 2 rolls, or one reroll for the entire
One
test?
re-roll for the entire test. So if
Okay.
you use it on this one, the next one you have to
Use
take
it.
what you get.
Gotcha. Alright, I will be using it on this one, because I rolled it too.
Oof.
Wow. Okay, that's a 1. For a total of 3. Wait,
Okay.
man,
Constantine,
I
what did you
don't know-
do?
I don't know how I managed to forget written knowledge given the keen mind feat, but I don't know. Maybe I just forgot to read the right book. I could see him bumbling, actually dealing with the unicorn, but messing up the written test is really something. I must have been really distracted.
Oh, see that? I don't know how that one works, because Keen Mind literally says that you can remember everything you've read within the past 30 days.
But maybe I mean, it
Is
is
there
weird,
a
'cause,
ruling on that? Not that I'm
I-
trying to
But at the
find
same
a
time,
way
I
for
don't think
you
it's
to
fair
succeed.
for me to say that I pass every written test ever, because maybe I didn't read the proper information beforehand. I read the wrong book.
And
Yeah,
maybe
maybe-
you also misinterpreted some of the questions.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Also, remembering everything you've read in the past 30 days does not necessarily mean that you remember exactly where it is separated from all of its information. You
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
remember
maybe,
all
like,
of
some
it.
wires
It's entirely
got crossed.
possible that exactly, I remember in the past 30 days I've been studying a shit ton about,
Was it about unicorns or owl bears?
right,
Something.
or some sort of I don't know, decayed horse thing that he read about in a book in the Blood and Bone Society, and it's
Yeah,
and
you've
you have
also
to
been
make
really
sure
focused
to.
on blood and bone.
So
Yeah, no,
could
I mean,
see that.
it's for this. Constantine can fail. You know what I mean? I think it's good for him.
But I also thought that
so
the
am I-
wording you used for the test was that the animal handling was to see if you could approach the unicorn without
Yes,
it
so-
reacting negatively.
So the
yeah,
animal
it's not even
the
a
animal
test.
handling
It's not even a-
handling part is the animal handling part is the physical part. The survival part is the writing.
I thought it was
the-
nature for written and
No, I went with
survival for.
I went
finding
with
it.
survival
We did animal
specific.
handling first.
I went with
Yeah, we did
survival.
animal handling and survival.
I went with survival specifically because nature leans more towards plants and flora, whereas survival is more keyed towards animals, and nature is very much of, oh, I know what this is, whereas survival is, I know how to do this, I know how to approach this, I know how to work with this. Like,
That
you
makes
would-
sense.
I've just looked up there to see if there's a ruling on this. So the specific ruling here is keen mind allows you to remember everything that you've read. But what this means is... I don't know why I started the sentence like that. The downfall to this is it doesn't write the essay for you. If you were to write the essay...
You still have
if you
to
were to,
apply the information.
If you were to write the essay... If you were to write the essay verbatim, that's plagiarism. You know?
Right, you gotta apply the information. I rolled a 1 for a total of 3, so I'm gonna guess that doesn't pass.
Fantastic. Okay. Then in that case, even though I've just looked at my books there, and they are entirely correct, they did do the animal handling first, but you know what? Constantine does it the other way around, because we play ball. So the next one up is your animal handling check. This is the physical part. This is you demonstrating approaching the unicorn correctly, demonstrating proper handling and care, all that kind of stuff. So let's see how it goes for you.
It's noted that men have to be in there half the time as women for the unicorn's own comfort and the men's own survival.
Yep.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go. Hey, that's not bad. That's a 25.
Oh
Wait,
my
hold
God.
on. Animal handling. Never mind. That's not a 25. That is a 20. A dirty 20. Still decent.
We now come to the end of the testing phase. So I can reveal to you that you pass the test. You don't ace it, but you do pass. Surprisingly enough on your part, you approach these unicorns with real aplomb. The DC I had for men, well, the success DC for both of them is the same. DC 12. But I had DC in my head for people actually successfully being able to approach the unicorn. DC set at 15 for anybody that was female or femme presenting. DC set at 19 for anybody that was male or mass presenting. So, Constantine, you are one of the few men or mass presenting people in the class that's actually able to approach and touch and handle the unicorns.
This is so ass backwards. You're telling me Constantine failed something on paper but did it correctly in practice? What?
Constantine paid attention to the roleplay Achilles set up in the study group.
Yeah. What's really funny is that
Was
Rista,
Eldon the unicorn that I was getting to touch?
I was actually using stealth to practice so that I could approach the unicorn without it seeing me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way,
go ahead.
I got a 12. Like, I only just passed the practical.
So that's something I want to touch back on. Eldwin, you scrape by, meaning that while you're able to display properly how you would care and how you would set up and all that jazz, you're not able to approach the unicorns. But Constantine is like in the middle of a herd of unicorns, one of the few male. In fact,
I feel like
yeah,
that meme
one of
Arnold
only two
Schwarzenegger.
male, one of only two male or mass presenting people that were able to successfully approach the unicorns. And technically, one of them doesn't really count because he's a royal blood and he's a wood elf. So that's kind of like, well, obviously
Yeah.
you're going to get to do it.
Yeah.
So,
Alarin.
yeah, Ilaran. So, how does that register on Eldwin? I'm just curious, just out of curiosity.
I'm literally a werewolf. I take no offense to unicorns not liking me. I would actively hunt them under the full moon.
That's the best answer ever. I'm actively a werewolf. You know, as opposed to passively being a werewolf. You know.
Yeah, no, of course, no. No, I'm actively a werewolf. There's a part of Eldwin looking at those as slabs of meat, unfortunately. So, no, this is okay.
So with that knowledge, you now have a student die, a D4, that you can add to animal handling checks.
Hey, I don't know when that's going to come in handy, but I will hang on to it.
Well, you might want to, because apparently you're fucking good at it.
Apparently.
And I guess I'm a little insecure, whatever. But, like, that's secondary.
Alrighty. So with that, you had said that there was something you wanted to do at nighttime.
Yes, or evening rather, but yes.
Okay.
So
If I may interrupt, I just want to point out that after we're all done with the test, Rista goes to find Constantine because you want to
that's
talk to
true.
him.
I can do that first.
It's
If it's
whatever
right
way
after,
you guys
'cause-
want it set up. Constantine, would you like your thing to be the last thing you do before your long rest?
It would probably be better for, that way because
Okay.
it might take a little bit.
Yeah, so in that case, we'll have Rista approach Constantine directly after the exam.
Can you visit my dorm because I have something really funny that I want to do, and it would just make sense if you're there.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic.
I'll go find Constantine after the test. I can't find him, so I go to his dorm.
Okay.
Knock on your door.
Constantine will open the door. This is actually really good timing. I could use your help with something. Did you need something first, though?
Yeah, but this is way more intriguing. I let myself in.
I have possibly one of the most challenging problems ahead of me, and it is something that I am not an expert in.
Is it that you can't dance?
Close.
I may
He's
have
gonna
heard
turn
something
around.
from Eldwin.
Laid out on, I don't know, whatever piece of furniture is in his room, probably a couch or something. There's like 4 almost identical standard student outfits. Button-down shirt, trousers, shoes/boots. I'm no fashion expert, but which combination of these is the best for a somewhere where I want to look my best but also be casual? Not for the dance. I have another outfit for that.
Somewhere you want to look nice, but more casual.
Yes.
Please tell me what this is for.
I will make... Maybe just point out what would be best. Wouldn't that be better?
I feel like I should make a roll or something. For my fashion sense.
I mean, you have advantage to that roll.
Absolutely. Probably like a plus 15.
Expertise and
for
advantage
sure,
on
for
fashion
sure.
Okay,
checks.
well you can't clash patterns, so this is an absolute no. And then what are these colors? They absolutely don't fit with your skin tone. That's an absolute no. And I arrange an outfit for you.
Pattern mixing done right can be amazing.
Yeah,
So true.
actually slap. Granted, to be fair, it shouldn't be too difficult given that like Constantine
It's Constantine.
isn't brave enough to have like patterns or anything that would clash, but you still find an outfit that doesn't look like ass.
Yeah.
No, I think the zebra print shirt and the cheetah spotted pants are perfect.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're both
thought
glow
it
in the
made
dark,
sense.
right?
And then the snake
Yeah,
skin,
of
and the glow in the
course.
dark.
The snakeskin boots really tied all together. They didn't go for
The
an
bright
animal-themed
green
outfit.
neon gym shirt.
You're a
absolutely.
druid's
Oh, yeah.
nightmare.
Okay, thank you. I will get these pressed. I'm just gonna use prestidigitation to kind of like just clean up the outfits a bit. Make sure that they look presentable, shine the boots and such.
Can I ask if this is for Aurora in any way? Because I did see her go and talk to you.
I don't like being transparent with people, but you did just tell me, and it would feel rude to not. I don't like dealing with things that are uncertain or something that I'm not familiar with. Going to the ball is already going to be a lot, but interacting with Aurora for the first time at the ball seems like it would be my worst nightmare to have to handle both of those things at the same time. So I was going to see if she had an evening free to chat before. Just so at least I'm not dealing with 2 uncertainties. Plus, I figured a one-on-one interaction would give her the chance to kill me, and I'd rather deal with that before the ball than during.
Well, if I can give you a little bit of advice, you are on the right track. I will credit you for this. Aurora wanted to ask you, and agreed to go with you because she likes what you put off. She likes the person that you present yourself to be.
I'm sorry.
So-
Did you just say that Aurora was gonna ask me?
No, that was a Freudian slip. Of course not. Anyway, because I know that you
remember
asked her.
everything people say with excruciating detail from a month ago. You can't tell me that you didn't just say that. Is that why?
What do
Eldwin
you wanna do
recommended-
about-
Did Eldwin talk to me about asking Aurora because this is what Aurora wanted to begin with? And since when are they close?
I mean, since when did you think that Eldwin had a good... Why did you think that Eldwin had a good sense of what Aurora wanted?
Frankly, the way he presented it did not indicate that that's what Aurora wanted, more that it was a good idea. I was not aware of that. This was within her wishes. I figured it.
And you
come
weren't
out of left
surprised
field.
at all when she actually said yes?
No, I definitely was surprised a little bit by that, but I didn't figure that was because she premeditatedly already decided to go with me.
Well, now that you can know that, you can have the confidence to actually walk with her on your arm like you deserve her.
That's true. It seems like a lot of effort to go to kill somebody, so it's a comfort knowing, I suppose. Or she's just been planning it for a while, in which case she will have better means and a better alibi. But these are the risks we take, no?
Well, honestly, I don't know what her intention is, so...
Fair. I will be sending
Take it
Whiskey
that-
with a message of my location in case I don't show up. You guys will be aware of that. I hope it's not offensive. I know you guys are quite close. I just, I'm fine having dinner with a murderer, or a possible murderer, but, I'd like to have my bases covered as well.
I don't think that it's lost on me that my best friend is incredibly bloodthirsty. But also, her getting to go with you is a sight that I don't think I or she is going to want to miss.
It's fair. I would ask for advice, but
My advice is to be yourself. Because if we're being totally transparent, she said that she liked how aloof you were.
that's a first.
So if you try to make yourself something that you think that she's gonna want to be, it's not gonna come off in the right way. Certainly you wouldn't be able to pull off the snarky, aristocratic, snobby person that you think that all of us are.
Oh, yeah, God forbid we don't need another Eldwin on our hands. Constantine is gonna smile when he says this. He's making a joke.
I laugh. But in any case, I am going to be throwing a party tomorrow, and I'm sorry to say that you're not invited because Aurora is going to be getting ready there.
Fair. Eldwin had already sent his message saying he wanted us to get ready together, right? That's already happened?
I remember that happening last session.
Okay.
I think.
Constantine replied, Eldwin already offered to give me some aid in getting ready, so I will plan to do that instead.
Fantastic. But in any case, speaking of the ball and speaking of everything, society, per se,
We do live in a society, I'm familiar.
of course. Do we need to be concerned about talking here? In your room? I feel like it's private enough.
The only one who's really scampering around is Abandoned, but if you want to go to the society to discuss business, we can.
I mean, I don't know if I feel comfortable sharing secrets in front of Abandon. I hope you don't take any offense.
No, I don't. He knows everything I do, though. I mean, I can't really get rid of him. I've tried. But I can ask him to step out. He's actually, I believe he said he was going to rob someone later, so he said he was going to be getting home late.
Oh, I hope that it's Felicity. That would be perfect.
It's, he did say he was trying to rob a complete idiot with way too much money. So chances
Well, that could
are
also be Pyera. That could be a number of people.
there's quite a few people that fit the bill, but it does reduce the chances. Would you be more
In any
comfortable
case.
discussing it here or at the Blood and Bone Society?
Since we're already in our rooms, why don't we go head down to the society?
Okay.
Wispy.
As you see the name, Wispy, there pops a little. Hello there, my name is Wispy, and I'm your communication guide within the Academy and its grounds. What can I do for you today?
Hello, Wispy. Would you mind taking me and my friend Constantine here to the Blood and Bone Society?
Certainly, I can arrange that for you. Now, and as he says that, whose dorm is it? You're in Constantine's dorm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just, as far as you've been told, portals don't work inside people's rooms. But
Oh, I thought it was specifically from our rooms.
no. So that's what I'm saying. Portals don't work in people. As far as you were told when you arrive here, no form of scrying, divination, teleportation, nothing can get inside your dorm room. But this portal, as if it's nothing, opens up in your room.
I step through it.
I do the same.
You step through, and as you do, you guys are in the mausoleum that you guys now know as the halls of the Blood and Bone Society.
Is Achillia there yet? Or is that
Achilles
before
should
that?
have been there for a bit by now, because Achilles went straight there.
So you would have been there.
Mhm.
What's Achillia doing when we get there?
Achillia is trying to research into the stars going missing. The normal library was not a hit, so this library hopefully is a hit.
Okay, so I say with that, what we do there is as you guys are going there, we'll resolve this part and then we'll go into doing Achilles rolls. To see, or yeah, we're going to do an Achilles roll, see if anything does come up through their research. So, Constantine, Rista, you arrive and you see Achilles hard at work, nose in the books, studying anything they can on this.
Before we continue, I'm just going to send a message to Aurora real fast. I want to give her at least enough of a heads up before meeting tonight. I don't know if she'll actually be available, given people seem to have social lives around here. Wispy?
Hi there, I'm Wispy. I'm your communication guide within the Academy and all its grounds. What can I do for you today?
Could you send a message to Aurora for me, please?
I can certainly do that. What would you like this message to say?
Would you care to meet in the library tonight? It would be lovely to get to know you better.
I will send this to Aurora von Zarevich. Right now. Disappears.
Thanks, Wispy.
Comes back. Message sent.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Okay, and just remember, if you ever need any help, you just say, "Oh, Wispy." Disappears again.
What did you want to discuss?
Oh, are we doing Achilles rolls first?
Oh, right.
No. We'll do. Oh, I suppose if that. Are you guys okay with doing Achilles?
I mean, I
rolls
presume
first?
that we're going to be walking in on Achillia.
Yeah.
Okay. Then in that case, Achilles, as they're going to be doing those rolls, you're looking specifically for reasons as to why the stars are disappearing.
I'm probably I might broaden it a little bit, just kind of looking at, like, space stuff, I guess, or astral sea stuff, kind of just trying to piece together why I think I might be. This is something I do in my real life. I research too specifically and can find jack shit. So.
Okay, so I guess either way you want to do it can be done using an Arcana check.
Okay.
But if you want to specifically focus in on the stars, like why, if it could be something non-astral sea, like, so to speak,
Yeah.
and that would be. Do you know what? Make me an Arcana check and a Nature check. And we'll just go off.
Sounds good. I'm gonna cast guidance on myself for both of these.
Sounds good.
And where's my 34? Yes. Okay. The nature one is so much better than the Arcana one. Nature is going to be 18 plus 3, 21, and then Arcana was 12 to 14.
Okay, excuse me a moment, guys. I'm just opening my window. Just so I don't overheat or nothing like that.
Can't wait for Eldwin to find out that it's not just Achillea in this society.
Oh my god. He's gonna be so pissed when he finds out about Constantine.
I know.
Okay. So, with the nature check, as you start to look through and you start to examine the stars that are going missing, they are constellations you do recognize. Like we've said before, their placements are different, as if this demiplane or domain or whatever the school actually sits in, as if it exists somewhere within the material or astral plane, but just not in the same space as the world, like where you watch from, as the Feywild.
Yeah.
So the stars are similar, and some of them are almost identical to the ones that you have there. Now, with the Arcana check, as you're looking, comparing star charts, you realise what you're going to see here is that they don't disappear constellation by constellation. They disappear star by star. So individual burning ball of gas by individual ball of burning gas. Only something of an exceptionally powerful capability would be able to do that. You're talking something on a divine level scale here.
Got it.
However, with the information you've got to hand here, what that divine level feat is, you can't discern it.
I think at some point when Marissa and Constantine are in there, they just hear Achillea yell into a book and close it and set it down.
I don't know anyone could get that mad at books.
Not the book. Not the book. It's not the book. The book did nothing wrong.
Wilbur's going to stick his head out from a bookshelf. Would you require anything, Mistress Achillea?
Maybe just some tea.
Any particular kind?
Either something that's going to get me high or something that's going to calm me down, whichever one you have.
I do think I've got some of the ayahuasca.
Wonderful.
Eldwin's gone.
We just murdered Eldwin with that.
You guys can see Achillea in a fairly wound up state. Currently waiting on some dope ass tea. Very literally, dope ass tea.
Why do you got so many stars on astrology? Books on astrology, excuse me.
Why you got so many stars on astrology?
I think all stars are astrology.
Why you got so many potions on potions class?
Wait, Rista,
Don't come after me.
Have you not noticed how I've been casting spells this entire time we've had classes together?
Surely I have.
The stars are my thing.
But you look obsessed right now in a way that I haven't seen you before.
Yeah, you look like
Oh,
me.
it's because
That's
they're
not a
all
good sign.
going missing.
Yeah, you're
slowly,
looking-
and no one can do anything about it.
I don't know a thing about stars. I don't know how to contribute to this.
It's
Well,
fine.
I'm glad someone who is more versed in constellations has access to this information. If there's any way we can help you with your studies, let us know.
Yeah, I think for now I just need to figure out how whatever fucking divine fuck off being is doing this shit needs to stop.
Fair,
That's all.
fair statement, I think.
That's all. Anyway, hi. How are you? I haven't seen you since the test.
Touched a unicorn. It was weird.
I did see that. I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. Completely bombed the written portion. That really is a first for me.
How are you feeling about that?
Bombing the written portion.
Yeah.
Confused. Handling things practically and not academically is different, but I mean, I guess at least I didn't fail both. My attention has been split among the ball and studying forbidden magic and trying to refound a society. So, I don't plan to repeat failing on written portions, but I suppose I can be a little bit lax on myself this one time.
You should be nicer to yourself with that.
Consider that.
Anyway, what brings you two in?
I'm gonna just kind of look at Rista. You tell me.
Well, I wanted to let you all know about an interesting interaction that I had earlier this morning with an alumni.
Ooh.
No.
Hey, there was a man that I met in the hallway, an old man in black robes. His name, he said, was Kadar.
Is in there
And
where Wilbur is, you hear the sound of something hitting the ground and smashing.
Are you okay?
Wilbur never drops things.
Just
What happened to
fine,
the
just
two?
a simple slip up. There was a rat. It's not a rat anymore.
Insight?
Insight check?
Wilbur can't lie to you.
I believe Wilbur. We can't lie in here, remember?
He could omit information.
Oh, that's true.
Wilbur, do
Wait,
you
is
know
that-
Kadar?
Sorry? Is there someone at the door?
Kadar.
Is there
Do
someone
you
at
know
the
of someone named Kadar?
Do I know someone named Kadar? Oh, probably. Quite a popular name.
Wilbur, would you mind walking over here for a moment?
Comes shuffling out of the little kitchen, for the first time looking quite nervous.
You've been a good steward of this place, and I don't mean to push you on something that you don't feel comfortable sharing, but we do need this information. Do you know of a... Marissa, would you mind describing him?
An old man named Kadar who
That's all.
suffered an injury in the past and wouldn't show his skin.
I know of a person by that name who may or may not have suffered a grievous wound and took it quite poorly.
Is your hesitation to speak on this due to a spell limiting your ability to share, or due to personal comfortability?
I guess the closest I could say, truthfully, would be personal. Kadar was a prospect to join the Blood and Bone Society when the first masters were ready to move on.
The very
He was-
first, or the last?
So he was a prospect for the second generation?
Yes.
How long ago do we know that to be, Bran?
So the academy was founded somewhere roughly 4,000 years ago. But with the lifespans of certain creatures, I mean, an elf who looks after themselves can live for 1,000 years. So, and also, like, druids eventually just stop aging. Same with monks. Some paladins do that. So, you don't know what this guy could be. This guy could be fucking looks like he's 25. Like, but yeah. So the second generation would have been roughly somewhere in the realms of about 3,900 years ago, give or take.
Quite old then.
That's wow.
Why wasn't he accepted?
Kadar favoured the idea of utilising the Forgotten Arts, specifically for the self, rather than benefiting the whole. Rather than learn how to use skills the proper way, which was what the original masters had intended for this to be about, he desired to steal the knowledge. Look into the minds of those who were considered masters, and wrench the knowledge from there. Something he appeared to, sadly, be quite adept at.
I don't mean to draw false parallels, but it does remind me of a certain someone.
How did he get injured?
One of the members, Kadar, tried to enter his mind. It did not go well. Kadar harbors a grudge. I mean, personally, I think if you're going to try and invade the mind of one of the most gifted magic users that we have ever known, and he catches you and his sister proceeds to scorch and emaciate half of your physical form as punishment, I think that's all fair. But apparently Kadar's quite, well, put off by it.
Well, good to know we'll be dealing with that character at the ball. My anxiety around this event is not reducing.
He will be bound by the same laws as everyone else.
Those laws prevent him from dismembering us if he finds out we're part of the Blood and Bone Society, whatever, 8.0.
All alumni that are invited, regardless of their alignment or morality, must adhere to these simple rules. And that is that no magic is to be used inside the grounds. That is
The
the same
alumni may not use any magic.
within the grounds of the ball itself. Magic will not be capable. Within the greater extent of the school, it will still be capable, but there will be security moving around the school. I do believe the school hires I don't know what they call them now, but we used to call them blanks.
Do you not
They
mean the
are-
gargoyles?
Oh, no. The gargoyles protect only the students. Blanks, or... You'll have to forgive me, I don't recall the name they're given nowadays. Blanks are... They do not register. They have no psionic reading. They are mentally a black hole. They're also incredibly resistant to magic. This makes them the perfect things to hunt down, well, magic users.
I suppose we should decide now I have made an acquaintance with this person. Do we think that I should steer clear of him or continue that acquaintance?
I don't think you should have the acquaintance get deeper. I would be concerned if you learned you were fully a part of the society just for your general safety, even with all the precautions in place. But I think if you were to abruptly stop contact, that would be awkward and maybe be more of a tell. You're more better at that stuff than I am.
Well, in the wake of full transparency, we did have a conversation about the forbidden magic, so maybe I would be on his radar. To say that he suspects me of being in the Blood and Bone Society, that is currently unknown.
Perhaps we just proceed with caution.
For sure.
Great.
Probably
Much
get
like
more
how we're
people.
going to interact with most of the people at this ball. from what I
Yeah.
understand.
We should really get more people in on this, though, soon.
Speaking of that, we had spoken before about Malekith being a potential society member, and he is my date.
Oh, I didn't know that dating someone meant that we would automatically add them. Does that mean Aurora's back on the table?
I'm just saying!
Randuin is not on the
Constantine.
table.
I actually.
I know that your dates
I-
aren't on the table, but mine is.
I think my date should get added. Whoa, we said my date was a no-go. Are they now acceptable? My date is still not acceptable. We cannot trust Randuin. I
Just
love
means
that. I
Randuin
love
and
the
Aurora
I
aren't
love
on
the
the table
toss-ups that
anymore.
are going here. I love the toss-ups that are going here. It's so good.
We had also considered.
I want my boyfriend. Well, if you're getting your boyfriend, I get my girlfriend. Guys, we cannot let my boyfriend in.
We had also considered Eldwin for a possible member. Didn't you spend some one-on-one time with the individual? How did that go?
It went really well. Oh,
Elvin already
honestly,
rejected the society. Why would we
I
approach him again?
I
don't-
think that he might just need a little time. I don't know. I think that he could be really good here, and I also like spending time with him. He's also like regularly with us all the time. It's really hard to not talk about this around him.
There's something. I don't want to say off, but he's hiding something. Obviously, he refused to share his secrets. I don't feel fully comfortable inviting him in until that is known. I'm getting ready for the ball with him tomorrow. Perhaps I can
Yeah.
connect some dots.
On that
Eldwin
note,
is very-
Eldwin, you were following Achilles, right?
Speaking of Eldwood.
Speaking of Elvin.
I was, yes.
Okay. So now you've seen Achilles go into a mausoleum. There's no other entrance in and out of this mausoleum. They haven't come out. 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes. Not just come out. You stick your head inside the mausoleum. There's no space for anything else. It's a big statue holding a mirror.
I will say that you did narrate that he saw Achilles go through the mirror.
Yeah, you did.
My apologies. So you've seen Achilles step through the mirror. That makes the next part even better.
So I'm a big fan of the slow burn trope. Here's the funny thing about Eldwin is that this is not the first time he's seen this black mirror, and I'm not talking about when he had his memory wiped. I'm referring to the visions that he just received.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment, Eldwin is horrified because he's pretty sure that his only friend is somehow aligned with Uplaves. so sorry. I have to consider this carefully because it will change a lot of things. What I do here.
Take your time.
Everyone stare at Charlie while he figures
I
it out.
know, I know.
No, he's sending a DM. He's sending secret messages.
He's sending secret messages.
Debating something.
Are there plots afoot? I'll have no truck with plots.
Okay.
What would Elvin do without the knowledge that you, the player, Charlie, have?
Yeah.
I think it's a trap and not go in. That's the honest answer.
So
He
you're
was
gonna like
just
suspiciously
shown-
watch Achillea for like the next several months?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So he's seen shown visions of this place that feels familiar to him. He watches Achillea go to that place and pass through the same secret mirror. He does not know what's on the other side. He does notice that there is only one way in and one way out. And he turns and leaves.
Okay.
Do any of us feel a disturbance in the force as we speaking of the devil?
And he goes to find Kaladin.
Now I
Okay.
don't trust Kaladin.
So what I'm going to do on that point is I'm going to let them finish their part, and then I'll come back to you, Eldon, before we wrap. For the long rest. Ugh. Ah, that yawn snuck up on me there. Sorry about that. I'll finish what they're doing, and then I'll come back. We'll have you with Kaladin, and then I'll wrap for the long rest. Okay? So, back inside the mausoleum. We pick up where the conversation left off.
Yeah, we were talking about Constantine dunking on my date.
Actually, we were talking about adding Eldon to the society.
Oh yeah, we can circle back to Malekith. I will say if Eldon doesn't come around to something like this, maybe in the next year, because summer's coming up or something, then we can move on to someone else. Just because if there's someone on our tails, I think I'd rather have our numbers full, even if it's not with him.
I feel
if any of you
conflicted about. Oh,
Do you have a potential candidate?
Well, I feel conflicted. On one hand, expanding our number does seem to be our job. It is up to us to refound the society. On the other hand, being in a rush to add new members who could turn against us could put us in a worse place than before.
Yeah.
I think.
So we need to be choosy.
We need to be choosy, but not too choosy. We need to see what people we trust and who we don't, and add them or remove them accordingly. I suggest we each look into one person, or two. Expand who we're interacting with, investigate possible members, and make it a slight priority. I never thought I'd recommend socialization over studies, but perhaps in this case it is the right option. We already have
You're
one.
developing. You're growing. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, I hope to never see the day either. Perhaps we get through the new moon ball and bring 1 to 2 people to the table and discuss after.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
We have 4 potential spots remaining.
Okay. So if that is not anything you guys want to do inside the mausoleum, inside the Blood and Bone Society first, or is it from here
I would
you guys
just-
want to hit?
I would just generally like to talk to Constantine about what he's been studying down here for the past several days, weeks. Because we haven't caught up about that stuff.
Well, I will admit my research has been eclectic at best, but one thing that it keeps circling back to is the 4 forbidden magics. Fel, chaos, time. Hold on, don't tell me. Boyd, shit.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. Thank you. Constantine forgot something that. Constantine remembered something that Daniel had forgotten.
I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to the bathroom, guys. I can still hear you while you're doing your RP.
Cool.
Oh my gosh, potty break. That sounds so fun. Me too.
I can still hear you guys. Continue your RP, please.
Society members only.
I began to dabble, just very basics of this kind of magic. Each one seems incredibly dangerous, either to the people around you or individuals.
Mhm.
I do think we should come to an understanding with how to move forward with this. Is this a kind of magic that we have access to, learn, but don't use? Do we use it carefully? If we do use it, are there limitations around who we use it around so as people won't start to pick up on it? From my understanding, a lot of it is different and perhaps easily recognizable. I think we should come up with some standards, some rules for how we move forward. Perhaps this should be done before we add new members, or maybe after when we have more insight. I'm curious to see what you all think.
I do think that you're right, that we don't want anyone on our trail if they suspect us or even see us using the forbidden magics. So there does need to be rules about that. They can't be used very publicly.
Or just willy-nilly.
Without specific intention. They can only be used in front of other society members or in cases where they're confident that they won't be caught.
What about emergencies?
I vote in favor of emergency use.
Should
Yeah.
we all
I also-
study them all, or perhaps we could each take one? That way the knowledge isn't all concentrated on one individual.
Well, I'm not interested in learning anything that's going to physically corrupt me.
What about emotionally or mentally?
Well, oh god, now I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't do this at all.
Perhaps
Oh,
we
it's very
should...
late for that, Rista.
I will not
You're right.
force anyone to learn a type of magic that could be detrimental to their own physical or mental health. Perhaps we should do some further research into the possible consequences before we move further into these.
Yeah.
Aquilia, how
think-
do you feel about using or learning possibly dangerous magic?
I just have to look a bit more into each one. I think it could be fun.
Ah, yes.
I'm not
Dealing with
opposed to
things
a little
beyond our
danger.
comprehension.
Horrors beyond our wildest comprehension. Like, I'm sure my wildest comprehension is different than, no offense, both of your wildest comprehension. You seem fairly, well, I'm not going to say normal or well-adjusted. That's not correct.
Sheltered, perhaps?
I was going to say more, just exposed to more mundane things.
Boring.
Boring.
Basic bitches.
I mean, look,
Work.
there's not a lot that will phase me. There's some things that will phase me, but I think I can. I'll do something weird. Don't worry about it.
Good to know. Well, whichever one we are all too scared to use, we'll make sure that you can take that one.
So that probably means I'll end up with Void or something. That sounds interesting.
Perhaps.
I mean, I'm entirely interested in reading about every single one of these magic
Chaos
types.
also sounds fun, though. I think I could actually maybe for the best of everyone, no one let me touch chaos.
How about we all study further, see if we have an affinity towards any of them, and look into the risks before diving into the more complex aspects of them. Does that sound accessible? And in the meantime, we can also be looking for other members to join. I suppose
Yeah,
I'll have to talk to more people aside from you two, which is disappointing.
I mean,
Well, you know, you've been talking to a lot more people than just the two of us. I hope you recognize. You do have a social life, and you don't want to admit it.
Anyway,
I mean, summer's coming up.
oh, um,
I was thinking maybe, I mean, I do want to go home for a bit, but I was thinking maybe I could stay here and do some of the reading over it, looking at that, some stuff.
I don't really have anywhere to go back to. I will most likely be staying here.
I could have a commute situation where I can come back, study, go back, come back.
It's just it's
Where will
probably gonna
you
be the
find
best
the
time
time?
for us to sort that out, you know?
Perhaps.
No classes, minimal responsibilities, less people around.
So,
I had no idea my
Tasks.
wife. Sorry to interrupt. I had no idea my wife was awake there, and we were about 2 seconds from having to end because I was coming by the living room. My wife walked out of a dark living room, and I just immediately went. I was like, "You need to tell me when you're awake." And walking around, she was like, "I thought you would have heard me." I was like, "I've got my earphones on." It's like, oh. She gave me the biggest fright.
There.
She gave me the biggest fright of my life. I was like, I've got a heart condition. You cannot sneak up on me. Like, ah,
Bad
oh.
defense mode just got engaged.
But it was like, I don't know. No, it wasn't even defense mode because I would have done this and then I would have immediately just like collapsed, clutching my chest. Like, oh, sorry, I just had to say that there. I was like, guys, you have no idea. I almost died.
Someone could have just gone to the hospital.
Sorry to interrupt there. We were talking about how we definitely should not give Achillea anything to do with chaos.
Achillea said that no one should let Achillea have anything to do with chaos, probably for the best for everyone.
Okay. Above table knowledge, the thing you should not give Achillea is fell.
That makes more sense. that's Achillea saying that.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
Achillea
Fae.
using fell would be terrifying.
I want to see that.
I know what Achillea is probably gonna go use now.
A fae using Shadowfell magic.
That'd be crazy. And to be fair, Rista, I feel like does have some chaos vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like,
Eldwin
above
using
table, I feel
void
like...
is just, Eldwin already
feel
uses
like-
void magic, right? I'm okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
I think Rista is like Fel and Void are a little too dark for her. I feel like Chaos and Chronergy are absolutely like those like wild kind of things that she would gravitate towards.
I feel like
I
Constantine
honestly
is
see
very.
Constantine in chaos.
See, I feel like Constantine would be the most attracted to Chronomergy just because.
Yeah, I agree.
I just feel like it fits.
I get it, but I also feel like Constantine, with his whole like, oh, I alter the fundamental like aspects of a spell to change it all, would go, I can master chaos. I can break down the negative effects of chaos.
He would
But
try.
then-
It would not go well.
I think Constantine's the kind of person that would go, like, you know, chaos cantrip, so like, you know, like using chaotic murmur, and then it not paying off, him losing energy and taking damage, and then going, oh, if it doesn't go the way it's supposed to, it fucks me up. No, but if he never messed it up, I 100% see Constantine doing a whole, my villain arc is going full chaos magic, but then also being like, oh, I fucked up, and then suddenly being like, why did I lose half my life? Oh, because I tried a 9th level chaos spell and it didn't work.
It would really depend on if it was early successes or early failures, because if he realizes that it's inconsistent, that is something Constantine cannot stand. He can't stand something and it doesn't make sense to him.
Which is why I think Chronergy is good for you, because that, like, as a magic, is about you being in control.
Yeah. And the only thing Chronergy Achillea is interested in at all is manipulating Feywild time.
Yeah, but also, like, for Rista, like, chaos magic, I feel like she's just impulsive enough to gravitate towards something with a high risk, high reward.
With this being a conversation that's happened, I'm going to say you guys have kind of got the basics of what each of these do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so I say, like, so tasks for society members, we find 2 candidates, at least 1 to 2 candidates, by the end of the ball to present as candidates for the Blimbone Society. We later discuss how we're going to spend our summer breaks. Likely we're going to spend it here studying. And we're establishing that using forbidden magic in public should be reduced to emergencies only.
Emergencies only, or yes, or experimenting amongst ourselves, which wouldn't be considered public. So yes.
If you're all in favor, say aye.
Hi.
I hope that'll get.
Thank you, Weber. Constantine, you are taking minutes, right?
Always. They're up here.
Wonderful.
I'll transcribe them later.
Great.
Literally what I do during sessions.
Keen mind feet working in tandem with him being the new first.
The note taker.
Where was I going? Yeah. So in amongst this conversation, you know, books are being placed in front of you upon, like, you know, the basics of these 4 hidden schools of magic. And the essence of them is chronergy is exactly what it does. You're manipulating the stream of time that you currently exist on. Very dangerous for obvious reasons. Fell magic is the eradication of the living, not the reanimation of what was dead. It is the manipulation of life energy into its most disastrous state. Fell magic usually works in a way of not only dealing damage, but assaulting the physical form. So not only taking damage from the spell's effects, but losing your physical capabilities along with it. So think of it as like, you know, like shadows. Whenever they deal damage to you, you also roll a d4 and that comes off your strength score. Fell magic works like that. Fell magic attacks your physical stats as well as deals damage to you. Void is very much in the same way, but it is more about where something like divination usually deals with like getting into somebody's head and, you know, messing things around. Void magic is about messing up your entire mental perception as well as removing your mental faculties. So Constantine has the keen mind feat, that's all well and good, but if I make your intelligence 2, this is what void magic does. Void magic assaults your mental form on both a damage and a permanent damage capability. Void magic can also be used to instill madness in people, drive people insane. And then chaos. Chaos is the most unpredictable of all of them, because chaos is equally as dangerous to the target as it is to the wielder. Chaos is magic in its most raw and concentrated form, which is why, while with chaos magic there is very few rules, that also means there's very few protections. Everybody kind of get a basic understanding of what these schools of magic all do now.
Mm-hmm.
Then does that kind of maybe suggest that Kadar was a chaos wielder? Because
So all you're going on is what he looked like. He didn't give
Yeah.
away any hints on anything. He does very much suit the look of somebody who utilises void magic. Void is very much like the colour scheme I've got going on here. Blacks, dark purple, dark blue. Very, very void themed. But as far as you're aware, he could also be equally chaos magic.
is what I'm going off of is that he said not the injury, but that he said his magic was very volatile, which is why he didn't shake my hand.
So he did say that. That could be down to a personal thing with him. It could also be down to how he utilises his magic.
Interesting. So I think we end our meeting there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything else to bring up.
Wilbur's going to bring out a little bell and put it in front of you, Constantine. See, the bell is always rung at the end of each of the meetings.
Love a
So
good tradition.
You ring the bell and it sounds like a person screaming.
Oh,
Does it actually? Are you
I'm
joking?
joking.
of course,
I'm
that's
joking.
horrifying.
No. But you ring it, and despite it being like a small bell, it does sound like a... No, there's a... It's... What's the word I'm thinking of here? It's got a bit of a, toll bell going on it.
Like a bit like a church bell, almost.
Yeah, more like a funeral knell. Like, even though
This
you've
is
got
not
it in your
true.
hand, it somehow sounds like it's ringing from far away. You know the kind of thing I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not too conspicuous for a mausoleum.
With that, are you guys heading back to your dorm rooms, or is there anything else you guys want to do?
I think that I'll, with everything that we talked about with Achillia, I'll grab one of the books on astrology and I'll just take it with me to look at later.
Constantine would wait in the Blood and Bone Society until he hears back from Aurora to see if she's free or not.
Okay.
If she's not, he would just stay there and study. If she is, he'll head back and get changed and then go to the library.
Okay. Achillia?
Kilia's gonna take one of the books that she was already... Kilia's just gonna make sure that she has her notes with her, and she's gonna bring those with her. She's gonna head back to her dorm with the tea that she has not finished yet, because that was too important of a conversation to drink that tea during.
Okay. It doesn't lose its heat. It sits at the
Wonderful.
perfect temperature because of these cups. Constantine, you will hear back eventually from Aurora. Message eventually comes out to being, can't join you tonight. Currently going through deep, intensive skincare. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Is Rissa still there when he gets that message?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Hey, Rista.
He looks
What is-
sad. What happened?
Well, what does this mean? Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, does that mean we're not getting a chance to speak before the ball? Does that mean we're getting a chance to speak before the ball? I'm confused.
She might just be being honest.
No,
You might
but
have
like,
just caught her at a bad time.
oh no. I understand that she's busy. I mean, does this indicate that because I had requested that we get a chance to talk beforehand? But does this mean we're not talking before the? I'm guessing that's what that means. I'm not great at deciphering what people mean in their words.
Well, let's break this down. You're not going to speak to her tonight,
Yes.
and I've told you that you're not allowed to my party tomorrow, so
Right.
you won't see her then.
Okay.
You could try to catch her in the morning,
That
but
sounds
you're also going to
stressful.
see her just in a few hours.
Right. Well, I guess I will just have to deal with the uncomfortable experience of getting to know a new person in a completely unfamiliar environment. This'll be fun.
If you'd like, I can look out. One of the old masters was also quite a socially anxious man. I could look out his old talking cue cards.
No.
Wait. Hold on. Let's hear the skeleton out.
Constantine, no. No.
Wait, they could help. It's like studying.
Okay,
For
you can study
conversation.
those, but you can't bring them to the ball.
Achillia is right. I absolutely forbid you to bring those cards.
He doesn't need
to
to.
the
He has
ball.
the keen mind feed. He'll know what they all say.
How many cards are there? There might be thousands.
It doesn't say there's a limit to how much I can remember as long as I've seen it in the last month.
God.
There's 20 cards.
Good.
And they each have a different talking point on it.
It's like on these ancient flashcards.
You know, against my better judgment, I will take the advice of the living and not the dead. I'll pass on.
Suit yourself. Master Luch loved these.
How was his social life after them? Did they improve?
In most schools, it's considered that the effort and the thought is what counts.
So no, good to know. Okay.
Constantine, as a friend, I'll offer you this at the very least. Since you have taken my advice and not taken the cards, during the ball, if you ever lose words and are in a moment where you don't know what to say,
Use time magic to give myself more time to figure things out.
I was gonna say look
No.
and make eye contact with me, and I'll message you something to say.
I suppose that would be probably safe.
You hear in your head, or I could just do this.
Oh god. Oh, please don't. Why are there two of you?
Wait, what's happening? What did you just do?
I was always told it was a good idea to think about a key thing about yourself you'd like them to know, and then lie through your teeth.
I'm getting a lot of conflicting information. I think I'm just going to go with the be yourself piece of advice you gave me and hope that that gets me through things.
Oh, that was the worst one.
You're not here.
I'll
By your
send a
own
message.
volition, you're not here.
I know.
I'll send a message back to Aurora. Looking forward to tomorrow then.
Achille, you are stopping at my dorm tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I thought I was getting ready with you.
You are.
Yeah.
You'll be coming early, right?
Yeah.
Make sure to bring everything that you need, because we will need ours.
I will bring the rest of the gummies I brought from home, and that's all I will say on that matter.
And that's all you need to say.
Did
And
someone
Rista
say gummies?
Rista leaves.
That's what Achilles leave.
Wilbur's just a pure drug peddler.
Achilles bringing the gummies. Randuin is bringing his beverages. We'll be fine.
Wilbur's gonna show up. Anybody need study aids? Caffeine? Ritalin? Speed?
Whoa.
I pop out of the transportation room and I say, Constantine, no.
Hey,
No.
who needs time magic when you have access to hard drugs, right?
I've also got this
Don't put
thing.
that.
I don't know what it does, but apparently it's called DMT.
Constantine, any other night you're talking to Aurora tomorrow.
I typically don't mess with
If you
substances that
take
alter
this,
mental
you'll be
state.
speaking to Aurora yesterday, today, and tomorrow, all at
That
the
sounds like-
same time.
That sounds like
Don't
way too
even
much.
need
I think I'll
energy.
pass. All right, Wilbur, we're going to talk about your substance use some other time. It's a serious condition that uses.
Oh, I can't use
Professional
these.
help.
I'm dead.
Was it because you used those? Is this the end?
No, actually, I died of a lesser-known disease spread quite rampantly through my kind. I think it killed most of the village I grew up in. It was a
Very good.
horrible plague. They found a cure for it, though.
Sorry for your loss.
One day someone's gonna ask. One day.
Constantine's just gonna walk away.
Oh, it was a horrible time.
Finger and the rosies, pocket full of posies.
Oh, no. It wasn't the bubonic plague. everything
No.
about this poor halfling's existence was a joke, and you think I'm going to have him die as something as tragic as the bubonic plague? If I could get away with it, this man would have died of like super herpes or something like that, right? Like,
Good lord.
That made me cry a little.
What did he ever do to you? He's Wilbur's a gentleman and a scholar. Why does he have to be the butt of every joke?
Just an insane lore drop.
Yeah, no
That
kidding.
That is an insane lore drop.
Wilbur died doing what he loved, contracting and spreading STDs.
No.
Isn't it great that this is an 18+ channel? Like,
Yep.
it's great,
I don't
fantastic.
think it could exist as anything other than that.
It really
got
could
a
not.
cure
I
after
swear
he
way
died.
to it. Oh my god. Imagine, no, don't worry, I've heard they're working on a cure. No, they found a cure. They were about to give it to you before you passed away.
The
Oh,
day
bother!
after you died.
like the guy in the bed next to him survived. Like, oh, fiddlesticks! Okay, so you guys go back to your dorms. Achille goes back to her dorms. Constantine, is there anything else you would like to do, or are you? Is Wilbur setting up that cot for you here?
Yeah, I probably gonna keep studying. I mean, what else would I do?
Are you pulling an all-nighter?
No, I'll sleep. I have the ball tomorrow, and I'll need to be at high functioning for that. So I'll sleep at some point.
Okie dokie.
To be high functioning for that too, you know? That was really bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're allowed a bad joke every now and again. I will forgive but once.
You won't lose any points, I promise.
I promise I'm not going to hold it against you. Deal extra 2 points of damage on all attacks.
No, I feel like I just got the negative version of DM inspiration. He gets to randomly make me re-roll and take the lower of 2.
No,
Does anyone
you
remember
roll.
in-
I just roll a d10 and take it off whatever you tell me you rolled. Womp womp.
Does anyone remember in season 2 of Fantasy High where Zach asked Brennan asked to make a help action in the most insane context, and
Yes.
Brennan was like, no, and 5 damage just for asking.
Yep, I do. That was very funny.
Critical Role is what you watch when you want a serious, in-depth storyline that will grip you. Fantasy
Yeah.
High is what you watch when you just want to laugh. Even
Yeah.
when it's a really sad moment when you just want to laugh.
Excuse me, you have not watched the entirety of you have not watched the
Season.
finale to season 2.
Or season 3.
Yeah, I haven't, but you know what? I don't care because I'll still probably laugh at it.
How
Okay.
far are you
Well.
into that show? We'll move
Fantasy
on in a
High?
second.
I think I'm maybe 3 or 4 sessions into the second arc of it.
Oh, just you wait.
You'll still laugh, don't worry.
Listen, I giggled when the fucking pirate captain died, alright? I will chuckle at everything else, okay?
Oh no, that was just a great scene. But anyway,
But my pen! Oh no, not my pen! It's dark down there, I've lost my pen. There's my pen, I found it. Right,
R.I.P. your pen.
so Wilbur's going to bring out this cot for you, and he gets it set up in an alcove. It says, now that I know you'd like this here, I'll arrange for a room for you.
Oh, the cot will be fine. I have a room elsewhere. I wouldn't want to completely move into the crypt. Something tells me that would be even more pathetic than not having any friends here.
Well, if that's what you wish. I thought we were friends, but evidently not. I'll
Oh,
be
no,
sure
no.
to remember my place.
I'm so sorry, Wilbur.
Toddles
I
and just walks off.
No, I misspoke. Wilbur, come back. I really feel like this is turning into a romance between Constantine and Wilbur.
no.
Neck romance.
Oh god.
But with
There's
that, I
already
do
a
want...
term for that.
Yeah, we're not going to talk
Oh,
about that.
we're
Moving
not
on.
gonna duck.
You can't spell necromance without romance.
Or Nick.
You might lose points for that one.
You might.
Take 5
So
damage
stupid.
just because
Yeah.
just because you
No,
said
that's
it.
good.
Just because you said it.
If
You know,
someone
I'm
makes
about to
one
go-
more
I'm about
bad
to
joke
take a
this
long
session, I'm
rest,
gonna
it's
keep the
worth it.
scoreboard.
You should.
I do want to go to Eldwin very quickly. So, Eldwin, you're making your way back from the mausoleum towards the academy to try and find Hunky Mountain Elf Man, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Roll me a D100.
Yeah. $75.
75. Okay. When you get towards the edge of the tree line, you can see an old man. You've never seen this old man before. He's wearing bright orange robes and a very stereotypical wide-brimmed pointed hat with a big long staff and a blue sash and a belt with golden bells around it. And he's bent over having a muttering, whether it's conversation or whether he's just muttering to himself, to a patch of mushrooms at the base of an oak tree.
Is this worth my time?
I
What are
would
you
point
talking
out
about?
I would point out that if you've already considered if it is worth your time, you're already devoting time to it. Therefore, you have answered your own conundrum.
Yeah.
As
I
there's
guess
now
so.
two of this old man, one still talking to the mushrooms, one now standing on with the staff facing you.
Okay, I can do that too, and I cast Mirror Image.
A rather exemplary usage of the mirror image spell. Well done indeed. This is quite a bit more advanced than that, though. This is, forget this is my simulacrum, and the one talking to the mushrooms gestures like this, while the other one just gestures to itself. And this is a simulacrum, quite an advanced feat of magic, but I'm sure you'll achieve it one day. What is your name, young man? Eldwin. I do enjoy that name. That is a good name.
Might I ask yours?
You may certainly ask it. Whether it will be given is an entirely different conundrum. But we must look first at names as they are. Now, do you ask for the name with which I am known, or the name which I was given, or the name which is true to me in itself?
Gandalf, jeez.
All of them at once, I suppose.
Oh, I would need another mouth for that, for there's quite a number of names. But I suppose if that is what you're wishing for, I am, and he says a name, well, his simulacrum says a name, and he casts Prestidigitation to make the noise of a third name all at the same time.
Right, and which one do you identify with most closely in yourself?
Ah, well, he turns and stands round, and as he stands and he turns around, the simulacrum blips away, and he goes, I mostly go by the name of Elminster.
I have no business talking to this character.
That is why I laughed. As I was, of all the fucking people to speak to, he's going to speak to Elminster. But yes, he says, I am Elminster.
Hey, no metagaming. This doesn't change how I treat him. Amazing. Elminster. I hope this doesn't come across as rude, but I haven't heard of you. I assume you're an alumni here?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Just an invited guest, friend of the headmaster, so to speak. Friend of
I
the,
see.
well, I guess you could call it the patron who allowed such a thing to come into creation. I am the chosen devotee of the, well, it depends. Which world do you originate from? Does your world recognize Mistra, the Lady of Magic?
Goddess of the Weave, of course.
Ah.
Is she not
Well,
recognized in others?
In many places, no. In many places, some of them believe that their magic comes from a strange bearded man in the sky.
Well, that's just preposterous.
Of course, ridiculous assumptions.
Magic comes from, all around us. It's in everything, every fiber, it's all just charged.
Well, to be incredibly specific, magic is everything. Everything is made from constructed magical apparitions from within inside the weave, which has spread out into material plane, infused everything into being structured, made from coalesced magic. But you were close enough.
And what about magic that's been pushed away? If Mistra is all magic and all of creation, then surely she embodies even those things that are considered, let's say, taboo.
He kind of chuckles a little bit. If you are a fan of cats, you must also acknowledge the danger of tigers.
That seems so. So, yes, if that's... that seems honestly too humble a term, but for the simplicity of understanding.
The layman's term for what I am would be wizard devotee, I think. But yes, for the asking of how I practice my magic, that would be a wizard, yes.
Remarkable. So you have to learn how to fashion these constructs out of magic, out of the weave, and then weave your own little bit of creation into being.
Yes.
Incredible. Reality is an opinion you happen to disagree with.
I am of the opinion that reality is something we simply choose to perceive. That choosing to see beyond reality would cast one's mind into a place where, well, it may not return, at least not in the same state that it is, or was, or could potentially be.
I know all about it. So what do you make of... He just conjures up this like runic symbol of the Void school of magic. Unlike his usual magic, which is very this vibrant bright blue, this is a very deep blue, almost black at the center. His fingertips darken as he does it, like he just manifests this symbol of Void.
I would warn anybody to think carefully before stepping towards such a power. The greatest and most dangerous of powers often attract those most desperate for the approval that it provides.
That makes sense. I suppose if your game is social standing. What if it comes to you intrinsically? Naturally. You were blessed with it or cursed, depending on how you want to look at it. What then? Is it not yours to use? Or is it still something to borrow?
That is an interesting question. One that I would like time to ponder on, if you would be willing.
See you at the ball, Master.
Oh!
Or
Oh,
will
yes,
I?
you will. Yes, you will. I will see you at the ball. Until such times, may knowledge spread its wings and fly towards the eternal roost that is your mind. And may your path through whichever school of magic you choose to wander be a safe one. And a rewarding one.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And then he turns around, looks around, then kind of gets to the mushroom patch and goes, "Oh yes, where was I? Oh, yes. So, Waterdeep." And then he just goes right back into the conversation.
I've experienced weirder. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna. You know. At this point, he may actually. It's late. He's
Okay.
tested. He has the ball tomorrow. He's just gonna send Renard, and he's gonna tell Renard to find Kaladin and just let him know that Eldwin is off in the morning and hoping to have breakfast with him before the ball.
Okay. Reynard returns, and returns with what appears to be some kind of badger? And the badger is just going to drop a small stone. A very small stone. Looks to be a kind of pale yellow stone. And then mutters under its breath. But you will barely catch the sound of what it says. And it says, "Kaladin thinks breakfast would be good."
Thank you. Oh,
And then,
do you like rocks? Is that a thing that you enjoy?
no, he does. I don't. Rocks are boring.
He's going to pull out the last of Dia's stone cookies that he has and hand it to the badger and say, "Can you take this to him?"
Badger will come over, take the rock in its mouth. It tastes like shit. Then starts to waddle away again. Don't know if you guys have ever seen badgers walk. But they're very weird when they walk. Like, kind of... by the way, specifically, this is a Eurasian badger, not an American badger. Because American badgers are, like, very small compared to the Eurasian badger. Eurasian badger is the one that we have in the UK. They're the real Hufflepuff badger. A lot of people seem to think the Hufflepuff badger is the American badger, which makes no sense. But no, these are the real Hufflepuff badgers, and they're like the dumbest animals on the planet. Like, people are scared of American badgers. Nobody is scared of a Eurasian badger.
Nice.
Although they are one. My brother-in-law drives long-distance delivery trucks. And he's used to hurtling down these little country roads at full speed. And he was in his car and he hit a badger. And the badger just got up and walked away. Like, it's the one thing all badgers seem to have in common. They just refuse to get hurt.
That's good. I don't want badgers to get hurt.
But as his badger leaves, anything else that you would like to do?
I'm just going to very quickly inspect the stone. I'm guessing it's some sort of, like, meet me here type thing, like a honing.
It seems more like it's just it doesn't have any magic about it. There's no runic inscriptions on it, there's no magical arcs about it or anything. It just seems to be a I saw this stone and thought you might like it kind of thing.
Okay, he'll pocket it. And yeah, I mean, I guess Eldwin, his mind racing, is gonna try for sleep.
Okay. Then as you all sleep, as you all cast your minds into that fitful realm of dreams, you will all get a long rest.
Woo.
And that is a good place to take our little 15-minute break. And when we come back, we'll be going into the day of and going into getting ready for the ball. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you in 15 minutes. Well, hello everybody. We are back with part 2 of our lovely little session of Welcome to the Academy. Now, when we left off, our party had all just settled in for their little rest before the new day starts. At the start of that new day, the Academy is buzzing. The place is alive with the sound of frantic running around students, trying to get the last remaining parts of their outfits and the last remaining things they need to impress their dates. Some of them were actually trying to get a last minute date.
Felicity. And Pyro. Hopefully, I swear to God, if they're going together, I'll cry.
I'll roll for it.
Are you serious?
Right, so for Felicity, we'll roll... Right, so we'll roll a D100 for Felicity. Right? Okay, she rolls a 55. Now, I will now roll for Fiero. Not Fiero, Pyero.
You call it Theo.
Oh my gosh, we now know who he's based on. Crazy.
Actually,
I actually don't think it was.
not that. It's not. I don't know why. I watched Wicked
Freudian
earlier
slip.
today. I watched Wicked earlier today.
He gives so
Um,
Wicked Part 1 Fiero.
He does.
He was based off a Wheel of Time character.
Is he Galad?
No, the Pyro was based on the, you know, I can't remember his name from the books. The bard that they meet when they head to the first village. When you see the flashbacks of what he used to be like.
Oh, Tom Maryland.
Yeah.
Wait, you've been watching the show because there aren't flashbacks to what he used to be like in the book.
That's what I'm talking about. The flashbacks of what he was like in the show.
You've been watching the show. Heresy! Burn the witch!
What the fuck do you mean? It's a pretty decent It's a pretty decent translation until you
Should
get
I
to
not
later
watch the Real Time
episodes.
TV show?
You're the first person that I've heard who's actually read all the books who said that. Everyone else has been like, it's ass, it's terrible, they break the illusion, they bring someone back from the dead in season 1, which is a big no-no.
Yeah, right. Okay, so there are things that they do break, but the things they break are background laws. They're not like, this is a key part of the storyline.
I don't know, not being able to bring someone back from the dead unless it's the Dark One is kind of like a severe, like, a big thing. I mean, you know that moment in, is it the beginning of Shadows Rising when Rand does the whole, tries to reanimate a body thing and he can't because, you know, he's not the Dark One? I felt like that was really important. We're going off tandem, I'm sorry. My bad.
We could talk about Wheel of Time for hours, right?
We will pause that.
Right. So as you all wake up, the dorm houses are abuzz. Alright? The first years are frantic. They are running around. There is... At some point, there's actually 2 people downstairs fighting over a piece of clothing that they're both arguing, stating that it's theirs. The people that are fighting over it are... We've got 27. Is 27 someone you guys have met or not? Let's go number 27.
I want it to be someone crazy.
27 is Ilarin, and Ilarin is fighting over what looks to be like a pale green coat. And he's fighting over it with... can't be that person. Reroll. Oh, wow. Okay. He's fighting over it with what appears to be a very, very pale girl. And she's not like tall or broad and imposing. She's about 5'5", average build. But while Ilarin is holding onto this thing and pulling with all his might with two hands, she's holding it with one hand, and she's not moving. She is stoic, she is stone-faced, and he's just like, "Would you let damn go of my jacket? I need my jacket, it's my jacket." And she's like, "That's not your jacket, that's my jacket. It won't fit you, it's my jacket." And he's like pulling as hard as he can. At one point, he's pulling so hard that he summons his reindeer, grabs onto the reindeer's antlers and gets it to pull as well, but she just stays here holding. That is the level of chaos that is going on in this place. People are fighting over the most mundane things. What would you guys like to do as a whole?
What time does the ball start?
Yeah.
So the ball, everybody is to start. Classes finish an hour early to give people plenty of time to get ready.
What class today?
Any class says. You guys as first years are not in class, but older years that do have classes, their classes finish early. Where was it? I was going to say something.
What time does ball start?
Yeah, that was it. Time ball starts. So when the classes round up, you have until about 9 o'clock to get ready. So you guys have got all freaking day to get ready. At the point of 9 o'clock, everybody is expected to be making their way to gather outside the Great Hall. At 9:30, the doors to the ball will open. Then there will be an introduction ceremony. Certain people will give speeches. There will be a dinner, and then the ball, as in the dance and the free-form entertainment and such, will begin at the stroke of midnight.
Dramatic.
So you guys have got plenty of time to get ready.
I mean, I think that Rista's like new moon ball prep is happening like all day. I think it starts like in the middle of the afternoon.
Like around about 2-3 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're going to get a knock on your door at 2 o'clock on the dot. So a frantic, constant, a constant knock. Do you answer the door?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You open the door, and Aurora is there, and behind her there's 8 people.
I just open my door all the way and say, "Come in, it's time."
Okay. As you walk in, these 8 people are walking in carrying a box which obviously has her dress in it. There's also there's someone walking with what appears to be a leather roll, which you can see the head of scissors and stuff poking out of. She's got a full team here, and she's just rabbiting to you so fast I'm not even going to do the disservice of trying to pull off how quickly she's speaking, but it's basically running along the lines of her father has arrived and he is currently with Lucian as Lucian gives him a tour, and his father is expecting to meet her after he's finished with Lucian, and she doesn't know what to wear. Her hair is a mess, her makeup's a mess, she doesn't know what to do for the actual ball, she doesn't know she should wear something different meeting her father and she does meeting than she wears at the ball. Should she wear what she's going to wear at the ball? She's basically going through all these lists of problems in her head while people pull at her hair and while they, like, you know, pull at a piece of her clothing or measure part of her to see if anything has to be. She's basically just being, like, you know like the way they do it in the Hunger Games when, like,
Yeah.
the person that's getting the outfit is just getting pulled around. That's basically what's happening to Aurora.
And I've never seen Aurora this frantic, have I?
Absolutely not.
This is insane. Okay. Okay, I think I'm just... yeah, I'm just helping her with her stuff. I'm kind of just being there to listen, because I don't know her dad. I can't really contribute to any help.
Okay.
I'm just like telling her, like, I'm kind of being like her grounding force. I'm trying to be like, okay, you're not wearing that. You're wearing this. This is what you decided on. This is what you're gonna wear.
Alrighty. Make me a persuasion check.
Ooh.
Can
Okay.
you calm the raging storm that is Aurora von Zarovich?
Do I have advantage because I'm her friend?
So I would have given you it if it weren't for the frantic state she's in. The fact that you're her friend saves you from disadvantage.
But that is a 23. No, 22.
On a 22, she manages to calm down. She takes your hand and gives it a squeeze. She looks at you and goes, you know, I always knew that I would make a very good choice.
Remember that your first choice is always your best choice.
And I made a very good choice.
Did Achillia actually come early?
Achillia shows up like a couple minutes late. Do you think Achillia's gonna be on time for this? No, Achillia slept in.
You know what? That's true.
Has like a bundle of stuff, comes on in, and is like, looks at Aurora. Have you had one of these before? Holds up a gummy.
She's gonna look and narrow her eyes out and go, did my father send you?
I've never met your fucking father in my entire life. I'm just asking because this is either gonna make you really anxious or really calm you down.
How many do you have?
Chaos magic.
Oh my gosh, guys, the
I don't
forbidden
know,
magic
I've
is
been
just an
going through
allegory
them.
for weed.
I'm going through it slowly for the semester, but I've got enough for everyone to have at least one today.
Okay. She'll
Start with half.
Okay. She takes it and just chucks in the whole gummy.
I messaged to Achillia that she's gonna be okay within the next few hours, right?
Achillia just says in Rista's head, I have no idea. And I mean, I haven't seen her do this before, so presumably yes.
We'll just have to see what happens.
Yep.
And do not tell her that.
Now, if only I had a random table to roll on for effects of intoxications not from alcohol sources. So first off,
Achillia's staff.
Not Achillia. Not Achillia. Sorry, not Achillia. So first off, Aurora's gonna have to make a con save. That's a 2 for a total of 4.
Can I just like
No.
ask, is this more like weed or is this a hallucinogen?
It's definitely more like weed. Achillia did not
Okay.
bring a bunch of hallucinogens to school.
She didn't? I'm shocked.
No.
Maybe I don't give her enough credit.
Why would she do that? Psychedelics grow here.
Exactly.
Could
In the
somebody,
greenhouse.
could somebody please roll for me a d10?
Oh, I would love to. That is a D10. That's a 6.
Okay. Oh wow. Aurora breaks into a fit of giggles. Let me roll a d8. Sorry, 1d8.
What is her father gonna say?
It's okay, throw me under the bus.
For the next 2 hours, Aurora has disadvantage on intimidation and persuasion checks as she begins giggling rampantly.
Oh god, I hope her father doesn't meet her in 2 hours.
We'll find out. She took it of her own free will.
Oh, I cannot wait. Yeah, I start helping Achillea with her look. I think we start with her hair. Because there's gonna need to be options first.
Of course.
Yeah. It's all tangled up in her horns and antlers. Like, she normally wears it up in her antlers, so it's
Yeah, it's like, I've never had to, like, move around thorns before.
Oh yeah, be careful. They are sharp, and Achillea, like, actively helps with it.
Okay, let's do this. Go at her hair.
Another bunch of frantic knocks at your door. There's
Yeah,
also somebody shouting. There's also somebody shouting like, "Quick, quick, hurry before somebody sees! Before somebody sees, quick, hurry!"
Oh, I gust open the door.
Okay, the door opens and Randuin is standing with like a barrel, like a keg, between his knees, and he's going to kind of waddle it in, set it down, and then from like his back pocket pulls out like a row of like cups, and just puts it on top, and he goes, "You should warn everybody that drinks out of this that it's going to be a different drink every time they pull the tap."
Randuin, you didn't.
Of course I did.
You know what? You're right.
Anyway, enjoy. I have to go. I'm messing with your date, by the way. In case he asks, I have drawn a smiley face on one of the cards in one of his decks, and I have not told him which one it was.
Tell him that not to worry, I'm over here, because I know we all were like, we live together.
I tell Randuin, good luck. I genuinely wish you luck.
He's gonna like, I don't need luck. I have... What is it? How is it they say it? We're... Je ne sais quoi. I have no idea what it means, but I have
If anyone has it, it's you.
And he just starts doing the Jack Sparrow savvy saunter off down the corridor. Whee! So, would you like to take a drink from the barrel?
I'm not drinking until more people get here.
Okay,
Same.
cool. Awesome.
I want to watch someone else take a drink.
So then we go to... Who will I go to first? Will I go to Constantine or will I go to Eldwin? Which one?
Eldwin had a breakfast date, if I recall correctly.
Eldwin did have a breakfast date, so I'm going to go to Eldwin. Eldwin, you wake up. What's your first steps of the day?
Oh, he's gonna do most of his like big ball prep later. So to be honest, it really is just a matter of, getting up, getting himself together, dressed, presentable, out to face the world. But his plan is to meet with Kaladin in the canteen, and then probably leave the canteen because neither of them like public spaces.
Okay. So...
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, just he would make his way to the canteen to await Kaladin.
As you make your way into the canteen, Kaladin is already there. And there are 2 plates of food in front of him. The same exact food on each of them. And when he sees you, he'll smile at you as you walk over and then say, "I didn't know what you liked, so I just put like a bit of everything, really."
It's the thought that counts. I'll eat it all. I'm not very picky. Can't really afford to be. Okay. Well, hi. Good morning. I want to
Good
clarify
morning to you.
something before we go to the ball. You know I'm batshit crazy, right?
I was kind of banking on it.
Yeah, like a little bonkers, a little out of my mind.
Like, you're just a couple of gold nuggets shy of a gold mine.
Right. Yeah. Cool. Since
You're
we're
not-
on the
you're
same
not-
page,
You're not playing with a full set of dice. Right, okay.
that one kind of that one kind of hurts. That's okay though. Right. So I don't even know how to start.
Well, I'm no expert, but I tend to find that the beginning is the best place to start.
Okay, so when I was young, I was brought into this cult that worshipped an entity from the far realms named Uklava's the Void Mother, and she has, been a reoccurring presence in my life. But that's kind of recent, to be honest. So this cult raised me to try to worship this entity. And I never wanted to, and usually the entity killed people who didn't fall in line. But instead, I stole a ring, which is now like a whole piece of finger armor, and I wish I could say I stole power, but it's not really stolen if she can take it away at any given moment. I got power whether I wanted to or not from her. I'm just not in a pact with her. I just have it. Okay, cool. So I was studying my specific magic and its origin, and I saw a bunch of visions. Personally, when reading books that cause your mind to go funky, I ignore visions because they're probably not relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Except that then I found a place from my visions here at the school. And one of my closest friends entering into this secret place. And I don't know what to make of it.
Well, have you asked your friend about this secret place?
No. And you'd think that that would be the most direct thing to do.
Well, it would, but from what I understand about you, direct isn't really your style. Which of your friends was it? Was it the short one with the weird fashion sense, or was it the blue one, or was it the tall green one?
The tall green. The killer.
Well, now we know what we do, and he's going to stand up and walk away from the table.
Kaladin, come back, please.
He'll turn around and spread his arms like, but why don't we just go and ask her? You're worried about what it is, and you're worried about, not doing the direct thing, but you kill two birds with one stone.
If you were sent to spy on me by an eldritch being, and you were approached and directly asked, "Are you spying on me?" by the order of an eldritch being, if you were, would you then say yes? Sorry, not you. You might. Would the general person trying to keep a secret say yes?
Okay, I understand your point. No, they would not.
Achillea is a fae, which means that she's a master at manipulating words.
Right, but what if she doesn't? What if she doesn't manipulate those words and she tells you the truth and you don't believe it because she's fake?
I haven't survived this long, but I trust I.
Well, then I think you have your answer.
During the ball, I want your help.
What do you need me to do? Break into another teacher's desk? I can do that very easily.
sneak me off campus to the mausoleum in the graveyard.
Oh, slightly harder. I can do it though.
This is a big ask. I don't.
Well, I'm a
expect
big
you to be
lad.
Free. Do you not have any kind of asking price? I'm asking you to give up your new moon ball for this.
Oh,
I'm asking
yeah.
you to go make an appearance so that everybody sees that we're there, and then sneak away from everything.
Yep, that's it. That's exactly what you got me on. It's the fact that I love a dance, me. I really do. I was looking forward to, putting on a golden dress and dancing the marigold in front of everybody.
Opposed to staying for a few dances, but the idea here is that everybody, namely Achillea, will be here, not there.
Listen, I'll help you with whatever you need. You just have to tell me.
I don't know what I'm going to find in there, but I really hope it's something that proves that there's no connection. Or at
Like
least... Even if nothing in there disproves her connection, that's good enough for me. I just need there to not be a confirmation. And maybe I'm being stupid and I should just ask her.
Well, I'm no expert, like I said. But I say you ask her. I say you reach out, you tell her that the reason you've been a little bit absent over the past couple of days is because your mind's been elsewhere.
And then I tell her when my mind's been. Right. You know what?
I don't know what to say on that one.
And maybe it's time I start trusting people. Maybe I've survived as long as I can without.
Well, I think that's a good plan. Here's to trusting people.
I'm a werewolf, by the way.
Do you have to shave your palms?
No.
I've always wondered that.
I'm a Gemini.
Was that supposed to be like a shocking reveal that makes me go, oh no, a werewolf! Oh, I can never ever kiss you.
It's something I don't talk about because I'm ashamed of how it came about.
Well, I mean, that's your shame to carry. I'm not going to judge you for carrying that shame. I don't think you should carry that shame, but I'm not going to judge you for thinking you should.
The Academy is completely different from my own world.
Yeah,
I
the,
was viewed as a monster
the Academy
there.
are cowards.
I mean, people in my home world thought I was a monster because of what I was. Here, lycanthropy is openly accepted. And it's confusing because how much of this is through trauma and bloodshed? It's a curse that continues. It spreads. I guess I've always thought that it's something to get rid of, not something to make peace with.
Well, if that's what you feel, I can't take that away from you. But I will tell you, me personally, I just believe heaven's a big old patch of, well, bullshit.
I think that helps to some extent. Okay, so I guess sneaking out of the ball is being put on hold until I directly talk to someone that I trust and ask them.
Yep, that's it.
Oh.
Thank you very much for understanding. Is that everything for you for now, Eldrin?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gonna... He can't find Achillea. Achillea's getting ready with Rista, and he has to get back to his dorm. Yeah.
Okay,
If
Constantine.
Eldwin asked, Achillea would take a pause from that. Like, if he asked her.
I'm sure she would, but Eldwin's socially awkward and does not know how to do that.
I'm just going to be next to my desk. I'm just stretching my back. Okay. I'm not leaving anything like that. Constantine, you're up. What's your first steps of the day?
I mean, I will just say real quick, you know that, like, Achille and Rista are just at a party where anyone's invited. They're not, like, just getting ready
Yeah,
on
I'm the
their
only
own.
one who's not invited.
Yes, you're not invited.
God forbid, you know, I see the prom dress before the wedding, right?
I don't know. I want a gummy. Yeah, I'll go see Achillea.
Are you bringing your boyfriend?
One. Does he want?
Bring him.
Bring him.
Yeah, I'll bring him.
Okay.
He's not my boyfriend. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
not like
he's
you
your
guys are
date.
trauma bonding over anything.
Yeah.
Hey, Eldwin, you like Calvin? No, I don't. I hate him. Shut up. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just the
Accurate.
only person who's ever made you want to trust people. He means nothing. He means nothing.
I don't trust anybody. This hot mountain elf looked into my eyes, took my hand and said, "Come with me if you want to live." And I said, "Okay."
Okay, I guess.
I mean, like, if you really want me to, I don't have to, but if you really want me to, I mean, oh my god, shut up.
Sure.
Imagine being so appealing that you override someone's better judgment.
When in doubt, follow the hat elf.
Right?
That is
If I ever
that,
see one,
that is
you
going to
know
be
I
what
will.
that's going to be my greatest achievement. Is going to be like, I once wrote a character that was so bloody mysteriously alluring that the walled up, hyper protective wizard decided to break out of the closet in a most dramatic fashion and run after this guy simply because he asked him too nicely. I love Eldwin so much.
He's wonderful.
So Eldwin,
I have
you're
never
going.
made a character this true to myself.
So Eldwin,
Sorry.
you're bringing Kaladin. You're turning up at the party.
I mean, yeah, just for a little bit. I gotta be back by, like, Constantine will take me 2 hours. I
Okay.
literally need to be back by, like, 6 or 7 for him.
You step into what looks like an active war zone. You've got 8 vampires / Dampier around Aurora. You've got Rista and Achillea trying to make sense of their outfits and help each other get ready. Kaladin is going to look down at his sleeveless jacket and go, "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready. Why do they still look like they're getting ready?"
This is what you're wearing.
This is what?
This is what you're wearing tonight.
Yeah, why would I change? I look good in this, and the whole point is to look good.
Yeah, you know? Don't put those arms away. Fine by me.
Do you want?
he's-
Do you want me to change?
No. As long as you're comfortable being horribly outdressed.
He's gonna. He turns and he leaves, walks out, goes into his dorm, and you'll hear some boom, clang, clatter around. Oh, well, actually, no, wait, you won't, because you're not on the same floor.
Yeah, no. He's gonna go. Okay, and you know what? I'm gonna take advantage of the time that he's gone and beeline to Achillea, who is having her hair done.
Oh my god, there's another thorn. How many of these, like, there's more just
They
underneath
grow
all-
out of my head, Rista. This is how
Yeah,
it
but they're
works.
like underneath everything. Like
Yeah.
the parts you can't see.
I know you. This is why I keep it in a braid most of the time, and I need help.
Aquilia, I've got you. Do you trust
Thank
me?
you. Of course I do, implicitly.
Well, this is the massive I've ever seen one.
Oh my god, Eldwin!
Hi.
Sorry, pause. Is there like background?
Sorry, it was
Okay.
me. My phone turned on. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Hello. Do you have a second?
Yeah. What's up?
Great, amazing. Rista, why don't I? And he'll reach out and like just kind of gently grab the brush from Rista and like not push, but also like step into her space and start like brushing out Achilles' hair and like.
Aquilia is like
maneuvering around
actively
the
sitting
knots.
on like a really low stool or chair because of just how
Yeah.
tall they are.
I think
Elwin's-
Rista's like. Oh, okay.
Akilia's like,
goes
oh,
to
no.
help. It goes to help Aurora.
Yeah, amazing. Still not wanting to have this conversation out loud, Eldwin is going to telepathic speech, which this is going to be amazing. Telepathic speech
Yeah.
to Aquilia and say, if I ask you an absolutely preposterous question, completely out of context, how badly are you going to judge me for it?
And returning also using telepathic speech, distinctly not replying to Eldwin's. He hears in his head, I mean, that's all I do, really. So I'm in no place to judge.
We'll do this now. Okay, amazing.
Yes, it just started a few days ago. It's really weird.
That's okay. Full mental conversations. I'm used to waiting for responses and people figuring out how to respond, and it's just great. A link, just a straight link. I can work with this.
Cool.
Great. Yeah. Okay. So have you been sent to spy on me by a far realm entity by the name of Uplava's the Night Mother, and you're trying to slowly gain my trust, pull me in, and make me believe that you are actually on my side, when in fact you're responsible for an encroaching darkness in the universe?
Did you say encroaching darkness? What do you mean by that? Also, are you high? Because I haven't given you anything yet.
Not yet. I need to be. Listen, no. Okay, it's not a no.
I have no idea who the fuck that is. I'm more interested in the encroaching darkness. Like, is this literal or metaphorical?
Literal. I'm sorry. Do you know something about this?
Wait, like things going missing in the sky, right?
Yeah, disappearing.
Like the stars going missing by some I would have to have something like divine power that's taking away the stars. You know,
Oh.
what is yelled in his head.
He waits for a reason dies, a mouth devouring outside time, no eyes yet he sees, no flesh yet he feeds. You speak of him he hears, you run he eats. I read that in a book recently of Chargoth, the Gaping Maw. It's a far realm entity, a being whose sole desire is to consume. He himself is like a black hole or something, unraveling no reality. I barely scratched the surface on him, but I was told by the one who granted me my powers that he was coming.
I'm so sorry to have completely taken over your paranoia with this, because I thought I've been going crazy, not being able to find anything on this at all, ever, except for like one book in one place.
So you're telling me that not only are you not with her, but you're also looking at the exact same problem?
Yeah, that's the entire reason I'm here, actually.
I don't even feel the need to insight check. Well, this only makes things more confusing. Where did you go? And at this point, he's gonna like walk around her and start speaking. Where did you go? What is that inside the mausoleum? Through that mirror, what
Hold
was
on.
that?
Hold on, do you say that out loud?
Out loud.
Oh, I message Eldwin immediately. Shut up!
Aurora is going to turn and look
We
at
don't want
you.
Aurora to know about it.
Aurora's going to turn and look at you, Rista, and be like, "What was this about a mirror?"
I like going to creepy places and looking at things that are cool, honestly. That's all it is.
Eldwin's
And in Eldwin's head, he hears, "This is damage control. Trust me."
I mean, I understand that mirrors can be used for, like, dark mirrors can be used for scrying, but, like, why would you need to go to a risky location? Is it enchanted? Is it, like...
She is going to insight that.
Okay.
That's
Is there
okay.
any way that
I'm
I
one
can
hell of a liar.
Oh, no. She's inciting the one where Achilles like, I just like to go into graveyards and look in mirrors.
I like going to creepy places and looking at creepy things.
Oh, I say openly, like, oh, Achilles, not again. You gotta stop wandering off like that.
If she's gonna insight, then I'm gonna silvery barbs.
Okay, you're going to make her re-roll this.
Well, it makes
Sorry,
you use the
I didn't
lower of the two
understand.
rolls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. So yes, I am going to just instinctually silvery barbs.
And then you can give
Okay.
advantage to someone else, so if you want to give advantage to Achilles
Oh, that's
on her
true.
deception.
I can. I'm going to give Achilles advantage to her deception. However, I really
You
don't want
can't.
this
No,
being
hold on.
No, I rolled already.
Hold on. You can't give the roll to the deception because the insight check was made against the deception.
Yeah.
So then the cast of the
Okay.
spell would make me re-roll.
It would have to go
then
towards
you-
something else.
Yeah, it would have to go to something that is happening after this set of circumstances, after the lie
Okay,
and the checking out of the lie.
that's cool. I am going to
Okay.
subtle spell this, so there's no obvious sign of me silvery barbing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
My
Okay,
deception was
so-
ass. It was
Right.
6. My charisma is 0.
Oh my
Well,
god,
the first thing Aurora rolled is a 19 on the die for a total of 25. The second thing that Aurora rolled was a 2, which with Aurora's plus 6 in total brings her to an 8.
And Achilles got a 9?
No, Clay got 6. She can tell I'm lying. I don't lie well.
Can
lied.
can I step behind Aurora so that she doesn't see me casting a spell and cast detect thoughts on her?
You can, yes.
So I can see exactly what her impression of this is.
So you can get surface level thoughts for free, or you can try and probe deeper and get more.
I just do surface thoughts.
Okay?
I don't want her to know I'm doing this.
So getting surface thoughts, you hear a couple of words that stand out and make a sense. She seems like she's very curious, very interested. It seems like somebody's lit a fire under her ass. She is like, oh, they mention a mirror and people walking through it. And you can hear her saying that they might have found her grandfather's mirror.
Okay. And there's no speak of, oh, maybe this is, oh, Achilles found the society. Nothing like that.
No.
Okay. And just to, I haven't read up on detect thoughts in a minute. If I choose to probe deeper, Aurora's gonna know.
She has to make a saving throw. If she succeeds on the saving throw, she will know.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm not gonna do that. Oh gosh. I just say, Achilles, you really shouldn't be running off like that. You're gonna get detention if you're found out in the Forbidden Forest.
The trees are better there.
Oh my gosh, I will take you to the most gorgeous tree I know on campus. I promise you.
I've talked to them all.
Right. And actually, You know, I mean,
Alvin, you're doing a bad job at this. Let me take over again.
yeah, no.
And I just take the brush from him.
Okay. Where than that, Constantine? Where are you?
Constantine is blissfully unaware of all of the mess that's going on. I really like to think that, you know, Constantine like wakes up and is just, you know, going about his routine, and it's, you know, cutting back and forth between everyone like screaming at each other. What were you doing in the forest? And Constantine's over here like making his morning like coffee, just kind of hanging out. I mean, he doesn't really have any like routines. Like, he's never been to a ball before. He doesn't really know how to prepare, so he's just kind of like just studying beforehand, doing some light reading on forbidden magic for the ball. What else, right?
Okay. So with that, do you eventually leave to go and try and find others?
Constantine?
Yes.
Did we agree to meet at my apartment or Eldwin's apartment?
I believe you were invited to come to Elvin's.
Okay.
To get ready.
So, at whatever time they agreed upon, he would go there.
Okay. And
What is
Eldwin,
that?
do you leave to go and meet?
Yes, once I realized that like this is something that cannot be discussed further here now, he, with more questions than answers, will be like, you know what, I'm making a mess of myself here. I'm just anxious before the ball.
Here, take one of these. Achillia hands him a gummy, and in his head also says, "I will talk to you about this later, not with Aurora around."
And yeah, he will go back to his dorm to meet up with Constantine.
And Kaladin will follow you.
So Kaladin has changed at this point. Yes?
Yep. He went, got changed, and then, because obviously he was joking about wearing...
Yeah.
He steps out and... Like when country westerners from the Wild West days, when they spoke about their Sunday best. So he's got the waistcoat, the shirt, tie, long trousers. He's got wing-toe shoes. And he does have like a coat on that hangs down about the back of his knees. In the style of like a duster coat. The colours that he wears are like a deep tan and light kind of cream colour.
That'll work. I'm still gonna outdress you, but that'll work.
He'll smile, say, "Well, I'm very thankful. Thank you very much for the compliment, but you're gonna have to try real hard to outdress me. You really are."
And Eldon will like cup his cheek and say, "Darling, no, I won't." And then keep walking back to his dorm.
He'll follow. When you reach your dorm, Constantine is there.
I will say, I forgot to mention that Constantine would have gone to pick up his suit from the tailor's.
You don't need to pick it up. It arrives for you.
Oh, wow.
As you wake, I should have also pointed that out. I do apologise. As each of you wake up, anything you've bought, ordered for this event, is in your dorm's common room with your name on it.
Sweet.
Seeing Constantine with his stuff, Elwyn will just be like, "Oh, amazing." He'll like flick his hand, the door opens. And as he walks past, he'll just say, Constantine, Kaladin, Kaladin, Constantine. And make his way in.
Meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I would like, as I'm interacting with Eldon in the next couple hours, I'm going to be using my observant feat to kind of hyperanalyze body language, reactions. I know Eldwin's hiding something. I don't know what it is. I am now actively paying attention to any subtleties that might be giving that away. Obviously, that doesn't, I still need to roll for it, but I'm just throwing that out there at the beginning.
Okay. So, with you keeping an eye on Constantine, with Constantine keeping an eye on Eldwin, sorry about that.
This happens a lot, it's okay.
I don't know why the names get mixed up so much, Eldwin and Constantine.
They don't sound similar, but
it's the similarity in character.
Yeah, probably.
Kaladin will look between you and go, so you're like, what, best friends?
No.
Okay. Somewhere between enemies and friends. Getting closer to friends.
That's a lot of grey area.
Yes, definitely in the grey.
You'll find, Kaladin, that I have a black and white relationship with very few people. Right. Changing screen over there. I'm looking to get dressed too at some point. Don't open that cabinet over there. Just saying. And other than that, kind of make yourself at home.
Do you need anything brought here?
Yes.
Alright, what do you need?
I can't believe I didn't think of this before. I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to have live flowers to accent some parts of my outfit with. There's white roses down in the gardens. Can you just pick a few and bring them back?
I can definitely do that. I'll catch you in a minute, quarantine.
Constantine.
That's what I said.
Yes, it is.
And he'll head down to the gardens to go and get white roses.
That was a lie. I don't need those, but I think it would be less awkward if you...
I will be honest, changing in front of someone that I have only recently come to think of in a positive manner was awkward enough without a complete stranger in the room. I appreciate it.
Except there's a screen.
Yes, one that can be easily walked around. Or shot through.
Shot through's more likely. Anyway.
Melody. Better to not see the, half undressed body of your opponent before you shoot them. I'm going to trust you for today, though. I feel like you wouldn't have put as much effort into picking out an outfit if you're just going to kill me. Unless you wanted me to look dashing while I'm bleeding out on your floor.
I mean, I wouldn't have you dying in forced haste.
That's actually quite kind of you.
I'm kinder than people think, or something. He himself is going to go into his personal room to leave Constantine in the main area while he gets dressed.
If you guys are getting dressed there, and that's the interaction for you guys, I'm going to jump back to Rista.
The damage control, yes.
The damage control, dear lord.
I'm going to jump back here, so Aurora is even more frantic.
And she's also high.
Yup.
She's frantic and she's giggly.
And I've still got detect thoughts on her for a minute, and the most that I read is maybe she found my grandfather's mirror.
Yeah.
Okay, so she does.
Something about this mirror being her grandfather's. That's about it.
Okay, and then she goes back to being frantic about. I'm just wondering where her attention has
She
gone.
flips
She's still
between. No,
on.
her mind is all over the place.
Good, good.
Um,
I actually, I'll say, like, you know, now that I think about it, maybe you should have worn the other necklace. I think that was going to match better.
Why are you doing this to me today of all things? Why
I'm just
today?
trying to give you the best look. I'm sorry.
There is no way this comes out good if I am changing everything right now as we speak.
I do think it would look better. You know what? Trust your intuition.
No, you are my best friend and I trust you. I wish it had come earlier. And she starts to yell at these vampires around her in Barovian, to get them to move and get her more jewelry and stuff. And
Okay. I'm trying to make her a little bit more frantic so her attention has gone back to her clothes and off Achilles.
okay, then that'll be a performance check for me, please. That's +3. And I think that'll be okay. 19. 6. So, yeah, you're going to be successful in that.
Fantastic.
And so she starts to kind of wind down a little bit. She just kind of starts to poddle away, mingling with crowds a little bit as people start to arrive.
Okay.
In
This-
Rista's head, she hears, "Thank you so much."
Can I respond back with your telepathic link?
Yeah, I think so.
Either way, I can also message.
I mean, yeah, you can. Oh no, you cannot respond telepathically, but I can speak telepathically to you.
Okay, then I'll use, you know what? I don't want a word to see it. I'll just give you a nod, just to, like a reassuring nod. And then more people are arriving?
Yeah, so I was going to have that. So the door's going to knock here. First person at the door is going to be the 3 girls that always hang out with you and with Aurora now. So Corilla, Morwen, and Vela, all there.
Perfect.
On top of that, Lucian's date. The tall, half-orc, half-Goliath girl.
Missia? What is her name?
Sorry, yeah, the tiefling, sorry. Ignissa. Yeah, sorry, tiefling, not the half-Goliath, not the half-Goliath, half-orc girl. Yeah, Ignissa, the tiefling. She's also going to be there. And she's just going to be like, so as the door is answered, she's going to look and she goes, I really hope you don't mind. Lucian said there was a thing and his sister was here and it would be okay if I came along.
Of course, more the merrier. Come on in.
She will step her way in.
I imagine that I've like summoned in my room just like dozens of vanities, just for like people to be all getting ready at.
Your room is now a buzz with just people getting ready.
How is the keg that Randuin brought to
I'm gonna tap it at this.
Nobody. Are you gonna tap it?
I'm gonna tap it.
Okay, cool. So as there's now a crowd of Aurora, Corilla, Vela, Morwen, Ignissa, and you two. So it says there's now 7 people here. Achillea's going to tap the keg. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to jump back to Eldwin and Constantine.
Cool.
For one more thing. And then we're going to wrap after that.
Okay.
Okay? Just one wee thing.
Are you good with that, Brand? Because it might.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm absolutely fine. I'm absolutely fine. Where is my? Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have a D100 thing for. There it is! The D100 list of tavern drinks! Woo! I love using this thing. Okay, so.
Achillia, please don't turn into a plant. I know you want to, but just not today.
Do you accept any and all consequences knowing that I did not talk you into this? Okay, awesome. So, Achillia is going to take one of the clear glasses and dip it into this, and pour from this keg, and then she's going to drink it.
Yep.
Does she not get to look at it first?
Oh, no, you do. But I'm going to hold you by the rules of the deck of many things. If you declare you're drinking, you have to drink.
I'm drinking.
Okay, awesome. Roll me a D100.
Great.
What do we do if Achillia turns into a plant?
Then you let Achillia be a plant. And Achillia will be happy as a plant. That's an 83. And then you have to tell Randuin and be the one to tell him that.
I got you.
83.
Oh my god, 83. So what comes out is this swirling aqua blue liquid, almost azure in colour.
Ooh, pretty.
It swirls constantly in the glass. It's almost like it's being tugged downward into a whirlpool. This constant animation does make it quite annoying to consume, because every time you go to drink some from it, it's almost like it's going to spill. There is no con save for this. This just happens.
Wonderful.
You are now drunk, but you are able to breathe underwater.
Sweet.
Just in case the ball is flooded.
For approximate for 1d10 hours. Roll me a d10.
Oh god, I'm gonna show up to... Is that for both the drunk and the breathe underwater, or just the breathe underwater?
Yes, they're both synonymous with each other.
If there's a goddamn fountain at this ball, Achillia is gonna be diving straight into it.
That's okay, it's only a 3. I probably won't be drunk during the ball.
No, you won't be. So just read that out here. You are drunk, but you are able to breathe underwater for 1d10, or in this case, 3 hours. Swim drunkenly at your own risk. That is verbatim what is written on this sheet.
Wonderful.
I will ask, Rista, do you want to drink?
I'm wondering. I think Rista would, but I don't want to. Oh, I'm gonna make a wisdom saving throw. Brian, can you please set my DC?
Okay, cool. I have the number in my head.
Peer pressure from Achillia influences this.
Oh, that's a 10.
I legitimately shit you not had the DC at DC 11.
Oh my god.
Like the easiest thing to succeed, DC 11.
God.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to.
I feel like we're still would. Is anyone else doing it?
I would say yeah. The girls are kind of forming up to go and get drinks from there.
Achillia's like doing it for them.
Yeah, I do it. God damn it.
Okay, roll that D100.
Oh no, if I'm a plant, you have to fix this.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Oh shit, wait. Oh, I didn't assign them, shoot. Here we go. That's a 20.
20. Okay.
Not a bad reaction.
So it's
The silence is making me concerned.
It's word day. It's word day. Okay. Right, okay, I'm just trying to understand how I fit this in now. Okay. So what comes out is a clear drink. As you pour it out, it comes out clear. It's got a pearl opal-esque swirl about it. And these faint, random, tiny, glowing pink little lights just pop inside it.
Drink it.
It's a delicious alchemical concoction. It's been made with tiefling fire vodka, a dash of sugar dust, teaspoon of honey, and 2 spells. One of the spells that's in this is fairy fire. The other spell has no name, but its process is easily followed even by the most novice spellcaster. It's an ancient spell of warlock/fey origin. This drink is designed for the patrons in the tavern, who tire of endless rude lot, making comment after comment. This drink is usually used to be able to deliver truly intense insults whenever it comes upon you. So, it's amazing. The drink tastes amazing. In fact, it tastes almost exactly what you want it to taste like. Now, you do need to make a Constitution saving throw on this one. This is not to get the effects or not get the effects. This is if you notice the effects.
$17.
17 is a meets it, beats it. So you do notice the effects. You suddenly get, oh, okay. Oh, I've got a bit of fire in my gut right now. Oh, if I really, oh, you think what Achillea did to Pyro was bad? Wait till I see him.
So what's the actual effect on me? I just feel the desire to roast everyone I see.
Here's the actual effect from that, right? You have a +4 to all intimidation rolls, specifically against people who you do not see as allies. This is there for 1d10 hours.
Well... $8.
So for 8 hours, anybody that is not an ally of yours, you have, sorry, my mind went blank there. You have a +4 on your intimidation checks. So that's a +4 on top of what you already have.
Awesome. Is that it?
No, there's the other part of it. You, for that 8 hours time, you also have the cantrip, Vicious Mockery.
Yes.
Your damage dice for this Vicious Mockery is not a D4, it is a D8.
Good lord.
I love this for you.
And it uses your spellcasting modifier if it is different from the bardic spellcasting modifier.
And this is for 8 hours. So
for
if
8
we
hours.
say that this is a party start at 2, do we want to say it's about 4? So this would last until just.
So it'll last you until
just at midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was kind of vague before. To what extent is magic not allowed at the ball?
Magical effects will continue. Magic items are rendered just normal items, but you do not deattune to them. They just aren't magic. And spells, like, it's not like they're not allowed, it's like they won't happen. the entire ball, the building the ball is in, will be completely magically locked. No magic can be cast inside. The halls of the school will open up to a certain extent, so people can walk around them, so magic will still be able to be used there, but there's going to be heightened security there.
Okay.
So inside ballroom, no magic. Outside ballroom, magic, but watch yourself, because there's going to be security.
Okay. And to clarify, am I drunk?
No.
Fantastic. This
I
is
think
the
this is an
best thing
absolute
that
win.
happened.
Achilles' one specifically says... Oh, well, actually, wait, you might be. What's your con modifier?
+1.
Okay,
But I rolled,
so
I think I rolled like
You're not drunk.
high.
You're not drunk. The way I work the drunk rules is your con modifier is how many drinks you can have before you need to make saving throws to not be drunk. So you're a one-hit wonder, but you can still drink one drink. The only reason Achilles didn't get the con save is because Achilles' drink specifically stated you are drunk.
Fantastic. I love it. This is the best thing
That's
that could have
exactly
happened.
what Killia needs right now, honestly.
And also
Absolutely
the fairy
fantastic.
fire, does that mean that I'm just glowing?
So I think the reason they say that, so it gives you a bit of lore with each drink. So I think the fairy fire is there because it's
Okay,
supposed to
I see.
insinuate that with this insult you gain this confidence, and so you do glow a little bit. So you can feel free to have that there or not if you want it.
I think it's like a faint glow.
Okay.
But it seems like it's coming from like her dress, but it's actually coming from her.
I love it. I'm going to now jump away from this scene because I would like that to be there and give it.
And
time
I
to
just,
absorb.
real quick, I just say to Achilles, I am going to be the most powerful person at that ball.
Yeah, you are.
And now I'm going to go back to Eldwin and Constantine. So, one thing I want to do for you guys, right? Just want to very quickly ask, so, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not even remotely, 10 being I am ready to go right now, we're giving the girls the 2 hour, the pass. So we'll say it's been 2 hours. Where are you guys at?
I mean, we're still in the room. If we
Yeah,
could take it
so
from
at a
Eldwin stepping in the
6.
other room.
Okay, cool, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right. So Eldwin, you step into another room. Constantine, you go to start getting ready, and there's a knock on the door.
Do you want me to get that, or just leave it? Are you expecting more company?
Yeah, let me get that really quick.
So you come out and you go get it, Eldon?
Just really quickly. Yeah.
Okay. When you open the door, it's Malika standing there. Malika's hair is all braided back, has feathers braided into it. He's also wearing like a combination of a suit and robes, like shirt, tie, but instead of a waistcoat, it's like a waistcoat at the top, buttons down, but then the fabric continues down into like a cloak. And he's got 2 boxes in his hands. And he's like, I'm really sorry to disturb you. I need some help.
Eldwin is like holding his shirt closed right now, but he's gonna look back at Constantine and be like, "Give me 1 second." Step outside, close the door, and be like, "Okay, what's the deal with that?"
I wanted to get a gift, and well, I ain't sure which gift to be bringing. You know?
Yeah. What are the options here?
Okay, so I got this one, and he holds out the box, takes the lid off it, and inside it's very, very plain. Just a band, just like a bracelet. Right? Very, very simple. Very, very plain. And then the other one, it goes, and then something a little bit more weird, but I figured it might fit alongside what they got going on. And this one is like a necklace, but this necklace is made of like glass beads. Very similar in style to the orb that Rista has. Not exactly the same, but similar enough that there's like a, oh, either they've seen this and went, ah, okay, they've noticed something. Which one you'll be doing the thinking on?
I could be such a dick. No, I'm sorry. Absolutely the necklace. Have you noticed that her arcane focus is this radiating orb of swirling storms? Something in the patterns of glass seems to look like that.
Well, that was what I thought when I saw it, but then my mare, she says that bracelet, and but I thought to myself, no, the necklace is the bet. But argument back and forth, my mare, she does not like to be told that she is in the wrong. She does not take it too kindly. But you are saying necklace. Necklace is the correct way to go.
This way. Your mother isn't wrong. You're just more right.
I don't think you get how tiefling mothers are, but
no,
okay.
I don't. I don't know mothers except for an eldritch being. Yeah, no. So I think that absolutely, we'll talk about that later. Absolutely, the bracelet is an amazing gift for someone of simpler tastes. This is Rista. Extravagant, beautiful. She moves like the wind. Like, this is the right choice.
Okay. I'm gonna trust you.
Also, get your dancing shoes on. She's gonna take you for a spin.
I'm from the bayou. I'll be taking her for a spin.
That's what you think now. I can't wait to see how it pans out.
He will smile, wink, and he will say, au revoir, I'll see you later. And he'll walk off. Now, Constantine, what's up? Constantine, what do you want to say?
This thing I wanted to do while Eldon
Yeah,
stepped
of course.
out. I'd like to open the cabinet Eldon told me not to open. And I would like to roll a sleight of hand, not necessarily to be quiet, just to do so in a way of like, I don't know what's about to jump out at me, so like I don't want anything falling, or if there's like a trap or something.
Like to be
so
prepared to catch or something like that.
Catch or something, not necessarily like, oh, I'm trying to open it silently.
Sleight of hand check, please.
Alright. That's an 11.
Okay. I'm gonna let Eldwin tell us what's in there. And I'll decide the DC from that.
Okay, fair.
So Eldwin, what's inside the cabinet?
Inside the cabinet, I have stuffed all of the Wolfsbane potion and ingredients that me and Achilles have been working on.
When you say stuffed,
It's Eldwin. He has the telekinetic feat. Why would he be worried about anything falling? He'll just catch it.
Oh my god.
Well,
I'm gonna
if
say
he was in the room.
I'm gonna say for the sake of not hampering too much. As you open it and these vials and everything fall, you manage to catch the vials, but like the bags of like the different herbs and the different plants and stuff, they hit the ground.
Now, Constantine's not an expert in herbology, but given the mountain of evidence so far, seeing the wolfsbane, do I need to roll, or do I know at this point?
Well, for one, do you know it's wolfsbane? So first things first, that'll be a nature check.
Okay.
Do you know it's Wolfsbane? If you
She
don't,
has a student die on.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
You actually have more than one student die.
I do. Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. So that would be nature.
nature. Remember, yeah, nature.
All right. So that's a 13 plus 5. That makes 18. Using a student die to dirty 20.
Okay, so yeah, you know from the smell straight away. That's aconite right there. That is some wolf's bane right there. Now I would say an intuitive leap. It's going to be just a straight up intelligence check. You're trying to
Do you
make
not look in the cabinet filled with wolfsbane?
Maybe he just likes the smell.
Yeah, who knows?
Would it possibly be investigation?
No,
No?
this is
Okay.
everything that you can get is here in front of you. You've seen it all. Now's the intuitive leap.
All right.
Yeah. So, contributing to this, I don't know if this helps you determine the DC. Elwood's mentioned it's a stain of silver. Doesn't eat chocolate. Oversensitive to smells and sounds.
He was incredibly
Oh.
grumpy after a full moon and seemed in an excessive state of not
He was distraught.
not
Doesn't like Aurora.
it wasn't as well kept
Mhm.
the day after a full moon, so there's a lot of hints going against him.
All right.
So what's your intelligence check?
Let's see. All right. That's not good. That's a 10. It's a flat 10.
Flat 10 in
No.
total. Okay. There's enough that you can have a strong suspicion, but nothing that confirms it.
Okay, that's good enough.
I did set the DC to 11 in my head because of the
Dang.
amount of evidence. So I figure if you're getting a 10, there's enough that you can now be going, he's definitely something.
All right. Wait, he's
So-
definitely something, or he's probably a werewolf?
He's definitely something, but he could also be doing a favour for a werewolf, or he could be a werewolf, or there's a whole load of subjects. There's a whole load of different possibilities.
Not enough to confirm.
Not
like
enough to
your stuff.
confirm, but enough for you to be suspicious of Eldwin being more than what he's claiming to be.
Okay.
I have keen senses, which means I have advantage on perception checks.
Yeah,
surrounding
I'm going to
hearing.
say you'd be able to hear the stuff hitting the ground.
So, this is where it gets kind of interesting because the intelligence check is great, but when Eldwin comes in and sees the stuff on the ground, sees the cabinet open, he's gonna let his shirt drop. Like I mentioned that he was holding his shirt closed.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna let it drop. And on his side and his shoulder are massive, jagged claw marks, as well as a massive bite down into his left shoulder.
If that's full visibility, with him only being one away from getting the DC I'd set, I'm going to say that's going to be enough that Constantine... The only thing you were missing was that was for yourself, proof. That's proof.
Sure.
Eldwin is just going to sigh, and honestly, I'd be fine with leaving it there.
I think that's a good
Yeah.
spot to leave
Yeah.
it if you're okay with
That's
that.
a
Brett.
really good spot to leave it.
Absolutely chill with that. That is where we'll leave it. No cutscenes, no nothing. Thank you very much to all my players for leading into this. Next session will be our dress up. Now I know how these always go. You wear it for the first half an hour, then slowly you just start removing bits of it because it's too much. I don't care. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I will be appearing here suited and booted. Just to be clear. I will get back to you guys about next week. Not entirely
Next
sure.
week is I don't know if it's the same in Europe. You guys are weird. But next
Oh.
Sunday is Easter.
It's Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Shit,
more
yeah.
going on than just
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah. Family stuff.
So we're going to take a pass on. It's still Easter Sunday for us. I don't celebrate it, but my stepdaughter will be. So we'll be doing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh God, I just get like.
Oh, that sounded like it
I'm
hurt.
sorry.
Oh.
I hate the hiccups. I'm terrified of the hiccups. I don't know why. So it looks like our next session will probably be the 27th.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'm not saying you've got to pull out all the glad rags and get hair done and all that shit. This ain't the prom or anything of that level. But I'm getting suited and booted.
I'm dressing up.
I can actually. I have an opportunity. I'm going back to my parents' house. I can get my actual formal gown for this. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm coming in like full drag.
I will absolutely be expecting, like, catwalk when this is getting done.
Yeah, we're gonna need fit checks
of
before
course.
and during.
Oh, for sure.
We should make a promo where we all just film like a couple seconds of us in our outfit, like walking towards our camera, and then send it all to Brand.
We'll get that shit done.
We'll get that shit done.
We'll get that shit done.
We'll get it done.
Thank you very much for coming to see us, guys. If you enjoyed what you've seen here, please do consider checking out our other shows. We do everything. We do shows every day except Tuesday at varying times. But you can find that all out on our social media. We are avoiding most social medias right now because they're wielded by the corrupt government systems that we call the world. The ones that we're currently using right now are Blue Sky. I think that's it. That's the only one that's really considered safe right now. So if you do have Blue Sky, just search World Tree Quests and you'll find us. If you want to see the stuff I do, I'm on TikTok at Son of Asgard. I am going to be going to UK Games Expo at the end of May. If you'll be there, come and say hello. I would love to see you. I'm going to be running games with the amazing Gehenna Gaming. So if you want me to DM a game for you, you can come and check us out there as well. I'm also going to be at PAX U in November, and I'm also going to be at Tabletop Scotland in September doing the exact same amazing things. So you should definitely come and check all of that out. But that's it from me. I'm going to pass over to my amazing players, and I'm going to let them plug any of the fantastic things they're going to be getting up to. Charlie, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Come here. Come here. Okay. So, hey, it happened. We finally fought Vlaakith. We killed Vlaakith's body and are now stuck fighting her soul in the astral plane.
Oh my god!
So,
RP.
This is going great. We're doing it.
We're doing surprisingly.
On Friday, 6 p.m. CST, so that we can finally finish this. Thank you.
Do check that out Friday night at 6 p.m. CST, where we're going to be fighting in the astral plane with only one person with a physical body. Moving right along, Gina, anything you would like to plug at all?
You can keep catching me here most Sundays in Welcome to the Academy. So keep coming back. Come back for the fit checks.
Come back for the fit checks. They're going to be great. Ren, what about yourself?
Guys, tomorrow I'm gonna cry because my campaign of like 3.5 years is gonna be ending over at Dice Versa Studios here on Twitch. If you want to watch a bunch of chucklefucks attempt to murder Grisot while fighting above Tharizdun, go ahead and watch. We're starting 2 hours early because it's gonna go for a while. So it'll be 5 p.m. PST instead of 7 p.m. PST this week. And we will be crying. That's it. That's all I got.
Tears shed are simply water from your eyes. Thank you very much for that there. Do go and check that out, guys. It's going to be well worth the watch. I just dropped my phone. And last and most certainly not least, Dan, what about yourself? Anything you would like to plug at all?
Just to throw one last reason for you to show up on Friday. It is our 100th session. We've been at this for a hot minute, and I think thematically, us killing a god is a pretty good way to celebrate that milestone. So hopefully it's killing a god and not a character death, because that would also be very poetic, but not the kind that we're wanting. So
Yeah, no, killing a god and then leveling up, right?
exactly. Yeah, that's how we're celebrating.
Right?
Right? And I will say, and this is like, I'm genuinely saying this. Any people who've been watching for a while, cast members, you can redeem channel points to give us health, and by golly, we can use it. So please, come spend your channel points. They're not doing anything; they're just sitting there.
I've been saving them up for you guys, actually.
Please bring them. A shiny gold would also be appreciated, but we gotta kill it first.
I would also remind everybody that anything you want to redeem for, whether that's giving health, or redeeming new rewards and prizes, or turning a dice roll into a nat 20, you can do that all with channel points. And you can also do it for the villains, if you want to.
I wouldn't dare betray my fellow party.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
listen,
will
I'm a
personally
pacifist,
find
but
you.
if you throw a
You'll
nat 20
find
to
my
Blacketh
home
on a
address.
sword attack, I will find you and I will hurt you.
Just as a reminder, it was confirmed Vlakith's sword, if it rolls a nat 20, is like a Vorpal sword, but instead of cutting off your brain, it just cuts the tether between your soul and your body and lets you float into the astral sea. So,
Gross.
throw them nat 20s out. Please, do it. I would love them. But yeah, Vlakith, the third and final showdown on Friday, 6 PM CST. Do not miss it. If that's it from all of my players, that's also it from me, so that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we've had Charlie 182.0, we've had Gina Donahue, we've had Changeling Rogue, and we've had Just Dan. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, stay lovely. It really does cost absolutely nothing to just be nice. And also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.